Sorry. A little late. 5 minutes. Late. Here, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Late 5 minutes. I'm sorry. I just had to do something really quick. It's cold. Hang on. Let me grab a sweater. It's cold. Okay. Nice and cozy. Alrighty. Gonna continue with Cinder burns for tonight. Here we are. But before that, let me just go through this real quick. All this stuff first. And we'll see about finishing Cinder burns tonight, since we are just about halfway through it. 48%. This says. Let's just clear this up quick. I didn't do my dailies earlier. I was busy with other things. I think this, there we go. She wants the couch. Do that. There. If they want to do chores, they can. Our servers can do chores. Also, turn controller thing off. There we go. That, the daily. This. Okay. Wait, there's something still in the dorm? Oh. Okay. And top up. Boom. That. And then let's just do this. Yep. Pick this up. Oh, there's this too. That. This. Section. Supply crate. External reinforcements. External. Okay. Then use up the other. I need to trade it for stuff here. I want the potty. There we go. Alright, there we go. Dailies. Quickly done. Sweet. Oh, and battle pass rewards. Sweet. Sweet, 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 sweet. Alright. Oh, wait. One very last thing. The stuff we got from the dorm. Oh, and interacting. Well, we don't actually need to interact, since we got everything done for the daily. Alright. Back at it with Cinder burns. Last time we skipped this because I felt it was best to stop there, since this was going through a flashback. So let's just go through this here. Alright. Time to begin. Winter. The first encounter between Bella and the 17-year-old Noan. Noan has witnessed the conflicts with Aslam slowly come to a boiling point during the years he has served on the cargo crew, a festering wound that tests the boundaries of the people and the law. Hey, Carefree Dot. Good evening. Or, yeah, good evening. Good evening. I hope you've been doing well. To stand a chance against the guards from the upper level, Rachel has finally found several weapon suppliers who are willing to work with her after a long period of searching and hard work. Still, there are many desperate people in the lower level who are willing to snitch on them like Bancroft did. The cargo crew has to hide the weapons they have procured in different cargoes, sending them all across the world with their trucks to keep their plans safe. They will have to wait for the right time before retrieving the weapons. Hi. Captain Rachel told me to come here and collect the remaining blessing boxes. Is Mr. Beth here? Mr. Beth. Hey, it's Bella. My grandfather went to sleep after finishing his work. You're from the cargo crew? Where's Rachel? She's busy with something else, so she asked me to come this time. Huh. I've heard Rachel's distrustful of the people around her. I wasn't expecting it to be so bad that she's making a child captain. She gauges Noan's height with her hand. Have you considered that I might be a genius prodigy? Noan no longer feels bothered the way he did when he was younger. When he hears someone challenge him, he changes the topic with a smile. If Mr. Beth isn't here, maybe you can help me with the supplies instead. Sure. You mean the last batch of merch, right? Right. The weapon parts and ammo have all been dispersed among the unsold blessing boxes, according to Rachel's specifications. Will they stay hidden? I don't know why, but specifications sounds like that's the wrong way to say it. The guards are used to seeing these boxes. They'll open the containers to inspect the other packages, but they're too lazy to open the blessing boxes one by one to check what's inside. Every time Rachel purchases a new order of weaponry, she disguises them as unsold blessing boxes and hides them in different refugee bases. Just like how these Pandora boxes were the aristocrats' tool to destroy the lower level, they are now the cargo crew's instrument to secure power for the rebellion. As long as you guys know what you're doing. Not counting the ones with the merch, we somehow sold 31 of these boxes. Can't believe there are still people who fall for these scams. They're selling much worse than they used to. No one's making them anymore on the train. This is the last batch remaining. But what about the other items we're selling here? They're almost out, including your moonshine. Here's the list. You'll find our fee on it. OBS disconnected for 2 seconds again. Jeez, I don't know why it's been doing that. Selling you guys weapons is as far as we go. Alright, I understand. Get on with your work. The bees are also done with rebuilding the base last night, so take them with you. The woman looks toward where Bumblebee is, sighing with anguish and disgust. They're also a mess, that lot. Noan and Cargo Crew 8 walk toward where Bumblebee is resting and find the upper level guards that usually oversee the operations here are nowhere to be found. The Bumblebee members all look exhausted and sad, their heads lowered. Blood splatters on the ground near them, telling the same story once again. They did this? Who else? Someone couldn't finish the crazy amount of work, so they were going to deduct their pay. Our captain was pissed, so he started fighting with the guards. Couldn't finish your work again? Finish my blah blah blah. Shouting angrily with his hoarse voice, the Bumblebee captain stands up, his hand covering his injury. Their CPF wasn't completely fixed when we worked on the area. We didn't have enough protective gear, but the dickheads didn't give a blank. The CPF always fails a few months before we come here to rebuild. We're gonna die if we arrive early, and if we arrive late, who's going to let us arrive late? A hulking dickhead arrived in the morning and told us to fix the house on the left first. Then another dickhead visited in the evening and told us to prioritize the farm. There's both subcontracting the work they took and getting commissions from them. They don't care how much work there is. So many folks on the train could use a meal, but they wouldn't bring extra hands, so they wouldn't have the extra mouths to feed. I was complaining about the lack of work for all the hungry folks on the train 4 years ago, but it's worse now. Those who stayed are starving, and those who came out here are worked to death. Time was short, and we had to crunch. 2 weeks ago, the CPF at the reconstruction site broke down in the middle of the night. We were all working underground, so no one noticed it when the signal light turned red. The engineer at the base spotted it and contacted the dickheads overseeing the work. Guess what? Those drunkards were sleeping and didn't bother to do anything, so the engineer thought we weren't there. By the time the dickheads woke up in the middle of the day, we already had 4 infected. We even had to inject the serums ourselves. They're like that every time. Good luck finding them to confirm anything on time. Unless they're here to fine us. Suddenly they'll have a detailed list of every little mistake we've made. Some of the things they're charging us don't even make sense. We thought there'd still be something left when all's said and done, but no. One guy didn't fill his quota, and now they're not paying any one of us. Huh, what did Captain say when we left the train? If we need to crunch, we'll crunch. At least they picked us and we won't have to starve. With what they're finding us, we somehow have to pay them back. I was reasoning with them, but the dickheads were like, at least give Actilec to gave us 2 meals a day. They threatened to turn off the CPF and water filter where we rest if we keep complaining. Can you stand that? How is it different from murdering us themselves if they stop the CPF and the water filter? So we started punching. So I just started blasting. Could you beat them? They might be armed, but we got the number. Still, some of us inevitably got hurt. Yeah, no kidding. Where are the guards? Gone. They weren't going to throw their lives away. We should have followed him and crushed his head with our hammers. Did you see him opening his terminal? They wouldn't just indict us if we kept fighting. What would happen when we go back? How many are hurt? 6, 7, counting him. No one quickly walks further inside and finds 6 people lying on makeshift wooden beds. The ones slightly hurt are dressing their injuries with dirty rags, while others are surrounding the 2 that were heavily wounded. One of them is unconscious with a gun wound in the stomach right on the liver. The other one is still awake, luckily, with a few broken ribs. Is there anything they won't do? Help them first. There should still be some meds and the supplies we're bringing back. Those are our wares. How are we going to explain to the guards if we're short? We're going to get punished too. I'll cover the loss. Do you have a lot of supplies with you? These people don't have anything to give you in return. The most valuable thing they have is their lives. Listen, Four Eyes. Not that I don't want to say them. It's just... I know. Being part of the cargo crew used to be an enviable position for the Bumblebee. With the more established structure, cargo crew members can just make a living underneath a leader who cares about them. But like the Bumblebee, the cargo crew can hardly look out for themselves nowadays, not to mention other people. Help the heavily wounded first. Supplies are scarce, but they've also helped us in the past. No way we can save the one shot in the gut. Then we have 5 we can save. But listen to Four Eyes here. It's also what Rachel would have wanted. To mention that we're almost ready. You're right. Let's go. The cargo crew members gesture to each other before running toward the warehouse where the wares are. Thanks. You said 7. Where's the other one? You mean old Ed? He didn't make it. He was the one who couldn't finish the job. Those bleeping guards. Ed was old and sick, and they still chose him to work out here. Where is he? The bumblebee captain points at the ruins to the west, his expression livid. You don't want to go there. He died from an infection. Owen? Hey! Let him go. Old Ed took care of him when he was young. He was the one who helped Owen see Julie one last time before she died. Tss, don't blame me if he's infected. With no way to express his anger, the captain's fist hits the wall with a dull thud. As its echo fades, everyone hears a woman's heartbreaking cry coming from behind. The person with the gun wound is no longer in pain. Surrounded by his friends and companions, he has left this cold, uncaring world behind. By the time the bumblebee has finished burying their dead and boarded the trucks with their belongings and grief, no one is met with more bad news. What's wrong? The cargo crew member in charge of inspecting the wares is standing next to a pile of collapsed crates, staring at the blood flowing out from underneath in panic. The upper level guards were checking the goods and found a few blessing boxes too packed. I was going to distract them, but the crane in the warehouse suddenly moved and knocked down the crates on top. The cargo crew member points at the control panel in the distance, where a woman is sitting quietly with her head lowered. She is not looking at the bloody scene, nor does she look like she intends to leave her seat. She is the wife of the person who just passed, the one who got shot in the gut. What should we do? There's 3 dead guards under those crates. How the hell are we going to explain it? It was an accident. Their deaths have nothing to do with the blessing boxes or any personal quarries. That's what we're going to say. Will the other guards believe us? I'll testify. I'm also partially responsible. I should have packed the blessing boxes more carefully. Thank you. But this would have happened even if they hadn't discovered the boxes. He sighs, looking at the crying woman at the control panel. Power secured by violence will one day be taken by violence. It's sorted? Yes. You'll find your payment inside warehouse A1. Thanks again. We've got to go. Are you alright? You look like you're going to break down any second. Break down? Me? Is there someone else here? Hearing her words, no one finally notices the dull pain in his chest. I'm fine. I'm just exhausted. Is that all? Your team told me that one of the dead bees was someone who took care of you since you were young. How could that be all? Even though he has seen his share of deaths, it is not something he can get used to. But we're standing within a rushing riptide right now. Any careless mistake will bring the thousands of folks in the cargo crew down with us. There are too many people we have to save. The only way we can turn this around is by tackling the root of the problem. You're a captain and a core member of the cargo crew now, so every move you make will be monitored. Do not do anything on impulse. Be patient. Act like a grown-up. Never mind. It's impressive that you're still functioning and doing your job as it is. Most can't get into the cargo crew at your age, not to mention become a captain. Thanks for your compliments. We're already smiling, are we? Are you mellow or are you just cold-hearted? Neither. I'm busy. I don't have time to be sad. I can kind of see why Rachel trusts you on a job this important. There are still some things I'm curious about, but I'm not sure if it's my place to ask. What is it? I've been told that supplies are even more scarce on the train than in refugee bases like ours. How has Rachel managed to find so many things to trade? No idea. Rachel has her way, and she won't tell me. How likely do you think you'll win? No idea. There's still a lot we aren't sure about, and many we don't trust. Guessing now is a fool's errand. That was the last batch of weapons. When are you going to act? No idea. That's up to Rachel. You have no idea about anything, and you still carry on. Are you that eager to die? Hang on. I will be right back. Alright, back. Someone was at my door. Alright, where were we? Eager to die. No, there's a reason Captain Rachel doesn't tell anyone any details. The aristocrats have known what we're up to for a while. Failing to find any evidence, all they can do is pressure us and keep searching. Should they get a hold of anything, the consequences will be dire. If you're curious, why don't you agree with Captain Rachel's proposal? Mr. Beth and you are both merchants she's collaborated with secretly for a long time. Perhaps she'll make an exception and tell you her plan? Having a refugee base to support us continuously will give us something reliable to fall back on. You've already planned to cover for us, after all. Grandfather said no, and that means no. You can owe me a favor for covering you. It has nothing to do with my grandfather or the base. She looks down in silence, briefly. Grandfather said you are destined to fail. You're all one step away from your graves. Any instability at Actalec will impact the bases greatly. If you all lose, our trades will also be affected. Not to mention the elderly on the train and the other kids like you. Better a corpse than a servant, and an accomplice to those aristocrats. Is that something a kid your age gets to say? That's what everyone else says. I just take after them. Speaking of which, everyone on your team is older than you. Do they listen to you? They don't have to. I only made captain because I got along with the people around me. They're not impressed with what I can do. They simply support and trust me as their comrade. I listen to them as often as they listen to me. We're all equal. Equal? I was expecting more arrogance from a kid like you. How old are you? 18 next summer. And I thought you were no older than 14. I guess you're still waiting for your growth spurt. Well, do your best and live. You still owe me one. Thanks. I appreciate it. Nodding sincerely, no one has no idea how he will come to regret his promise in the future. What's your name? I'm Bella. Last name's Beth, just like my grandfather. Bella Beth. Cool name. I guess I'll call you BB. Bella gives him a solid knock on his head before he can finish. I guess Rachel didn't tell you not to call me that. She only ever talked about old Mr. Beth, Miss Beth. Beth is fine. I'm older than you, but not old enough for honorifics. Alright, Beth. That would be his first and last time to call Bella by that name. No one is prepared to make any sacrifices. He never expects to see her again. I'll see you around. With those words that even he himself finds improbable, no one waves and turns around, leaving with a smile that he has put on so many times on occasions like this. Bella only remembers that there was something she forgot to ask when no one's figure disappeared from her sight. What's his name again? Combat mode. His whisper. birth. No one was trying to get help from a base that day like he is now, but further involvement will only put this base at risk. Selling you guys weapons is as far as we go. Captain Rachel tried to get help from many bases as well, but most of them could barely take care of themselves. Did something happen to Bella's camp? Why is she inside the Red Tide now? Come, I'll tell you. Don't go. Sorry, but the people in Medical Center 9 are still waiting for me. He knows he cannot stay here for his past. Despite the many questions he wishes to find the answers to within the Red Tide, he has to leave now. See you around, Bella. When did he stop calling her Beth? No one does not have time to think about it. He just calls her the way he is familiar with before he hurries away, heading toward the nearby base. Sorry, Medical Center requests support. Please. Run! There are many corrupted behind us. We can't even save our teammates. Run! Down the street, eliminate. No, he's dead. Oh, he's not dead. He's alive. Get up. Are you okay? Thank you. We thought we were left behind and we're screwed. You got hurt, but get some rest. Watch out! The corrupted are coming again. Oh god. Let's gather them up. Come on, boys. Uh-oh. Stop. Oh, it tripped. It stopped. Is the corrupted following your orders? Oh. Could it be the Ascendant's Gaius? Gaius? Is the Ascendant's Gaius voice controlled? What about this? Defeat them! Oh, they're fighting each other. Command Blair. This is not a coincidence. So you can control the corrupted? No, I have no idea what's going on. The Ascendant. Retreat! Rendezvous with the others first. He just moonwalks away then. Try to command the corrupted. Destroy yourselves. Boink. An Ascendant. The retreated constructs reinforcements have finally arrived. Were you responsible for the attack on our base as well? No, I just arrived. We were also under attack at Medical Centers 9. Our way is blocked by the red tide and our comms are down. We need protective suits to move our patients, so Who would trust an ascendant? I'm not an ascendant, I don't know what I am either. Stay guarded all you want. Please, trust my words. There are still many people at Medical Center 9 who need help. Their CPF can't sustain for long. People will die if you wait any longer. Probably trying to trick us there to slaughter us. How can I make you trust me? We'll never trust you. The constructs all draw their weapons, charging toward no one, not giving him a chance to explain himself. Their blades and bullets graze his body, leaving behind several bloody marks, but no one refuses to strike back. Stop dodging! A female construct leaps onto a set of broken stone staircases, striking no one with her blade from high ground. Do you only know how to run away? I'm here to seek help for the people of Medical Center 9. Liar! No, oh, they spelled liar wrong. It's with an A, not an E. Not. Ooh. Barrage of bullets drives no one back before he can finish, entrapping him among the constructs. Kill him! Hearing his order, other constructs who had been hiding inside the ruins leap out, blocking any escape routes. Right before their blades strike no one, the punishing virus concentration in the air rises drastically. Crimson spikes sprout from beneath no one's feet, shooting at everyone around him indiscriminately. Watch out! Seeing that one of the spikes is about to hit the construct closest to him, he rushes to catch it, but it still pierces through his palm, uncontrolled. And you said you're not ascendant? Unwilling to give up, the construct raises his weapon and strikes again. The spikes in turn form a rocket launcher of arrows primed and ready to fire. I'm sorry, I can't control it. Please stay away. What are you? I didn't want to become this. I don't want to hurt any of you. I'm here to ask for help. The people in Medical Center 9 are trapped by the red tide. Please trust me on that. The female construct does not say a word. She quietly turns away, sending a comms request through her terminal. Anything? Nothing from Medical Center 9. Just like what he said. We're so dead if this is a trap. You can call for more reinforcements if you still believe it's dangerous. It's safer with more people. Which base has the people to spare at a time like this? The elite squad investigating the deserters is still nearby. Maybe they're free? Let's send in a request and see how it goes. Thank you. What do we do with this guy? He doesn't seem like the other ascendants in our files. Should we let the elite squad handle it as well? Yeah, they can handle whatever he is. How they deal with him will depend on who's in the squad. We can stay here as long as Medical Center 9 gets the help it needs. You can keep an eye on me if you want. Constructs share a glance and discuss quietly. We've sent a rescue request. We'll head to Medical Center 9 too after rendezvousing with them. Thanks. There's no point in keeping an eye on you. I hate to admit it, but given what you're capable of, there's nothing we can do if you do want to take us down. I'll stay here then. Can we really trust you? Trust me. Doubting they may be, the constructs have come to a decision despite the concerns for their own safety. Let the elite squad deal with it. We're almost here. After he watches the constructs leave, no one turns to look at the red spikes beside him, lost in thought. What am I? Something unusual must have happened to him, even if he is not an ascendant or transcendent. I don't want to become the enemy. I can't control this power. Perhaps I should let their elite squad. Hold on. No one suddenly hears a soft voice from a dark alley. Lithos? How did you get here? You made it through the red tide? You were away for so long. I was worried. Don't worry. Help's coming. And you didn't answer me. Lithos ignores him, focusing on no one's hand worriedly instead. The wound on your hand. Wait, stay away. I still can't control these spikes. I could... You're an ascendant? Do you want to hurt me? Of course I don't. But I can't control it. Then, do you want to control it? Yes. Should we look for an ascendant? Only they have the power to control the punishing virus. How do you know so much? Because I've seen my share of deserting constructs. What do you mean? Were you a deserter as well? Lithos does not answer him. Looking into no one's eyes, Lithos slowly approaches him. Stay away, Lithos. It's okay. I won't get hurt. I can control it. And the spikes have not moved an inch as Lithos moves closer to no one and holds his hand. Who are you really? Can you tell me? I'll tell you, but first, let me treat your injury. Lithos takes out some simple tools, gently fixing the wound on no one's hand. Don't be afraid of this anomaly. If you can accept and learn to control it, you won't hurt anyone you don't want to hurt. You might even be able to save them. Save them? What happened to your teammates when I met you? They refused an irrefutable offer, and they were disciplined accordingly. Disciplined? Naughty children need to be disciplined. Hearing that, his shrouded memories suddenly clear up as if someone has shone a light upon them. With that hint of light, no one finally remembers. As his memories flood back, his expression toward Lithos changes from worry to confusion to realization before it becomes an expression of calmness and acceptance. Lithos, you. Yes? Curious but uncertain how to phrase it appropriately, no one still decides to voice his question. What pronoun do you use? So, you finally remembered. Yeah. It was you who turned me into a construct back then, wasn't it? It was... Why are you passing as someone who you don't identify as? Wait, that's not entirely true. You weren't hiding your identity when I first met you. I just forgot. Lithos turns his head away, sneering in lament. Lament? No, that's not the point. You were the Ascendant hiding among us all the time? Among us? Oh god, I hate myself for even doing that. Never mind, sorry. MSGK was the Ascendant. Well, yeah. I was worried you couldn't control yourself or wouldn't accept me. This is the only way I can stay with you. Come back with me. Your anomaly has sprouted within you. I can teach you how to control its power. No one once again reminds himself of his lost memories. There must be a reason he refused Lithos' offer in the past so resolutely. Giving Lithos an answer now, before remembering it, would be reckless. No, I haven't remembered everything yet. I can't tell you how much of what you're saying is true. It won't do you any good to remember your past. They are my memories. I'll be the judge on that. Do you really want to remember? Even that time when they all hunted you down? I've reset your memories 4 times now. This happened last time as well. You wouldn't accept me and you couldn't control your ascendant power. You became a walking target after you lost control. I had to kill them to protect you. What did you just say? I said I had to kill them to protect you. But your mind immediately deviated after seeing their bodies. You don't remember any of this, do you? It doesn't matter what you say. You still want to remember before you make a decision? Yes. That was what you said last time, and the time before. Your mind deviated both times before you could give me an answer. But that's alright. If you still insist on getting your memories back, I'll give you what you want. Come here, Shrek. Lithos silently reaches out. I can be patient. I'll stay with you until you understand me, until you become my family. Nah, things will be different for no one. He decides his own fate. Books as firewood. Don't be the fools who burn the books to stay warm. The moment no one holds Lithos' hands, the floodgate holding back his memories instantly collapses. Old memories and new confusions interweave, entangled as they tug at each other, forming a disorderly spiral. Oh my god, her arm! Jeez, I didn't expect that. Oh god. I'm indeed Ashlar's people. He was right. I failed the moment I decided to work with him and hurt other people to arm them ourselves. Consequences be damned. All dead? Why? Why? I don't need your apology. Who are you to pay with your life? You said you were different from them? What good could possibly come out of it when you stand next to an ascendant? Crimson blood and horrid cries rush across his mind in an instant. It'll be quite tragic if this is what we've been working toward and looking forward to. His jumbled memories turn into a blizzard, setting off an avalanche. We are all wrong. No one can pass the filtering. That's the price, isn't it? Didge. At the end of every memory is a lone survivor lying in the freezing snow as he watches the dark sky. Accept the gifts of the Ascension Network. Is that a Rubik's Cube in that jar? Yo. It's fully complete too. Fully solved. And some origami? That's cool. No one replies with a sneer, filled with immense grief under the falling snow and the forever darkness. Otherwise, you won't be able to change anything. This was my only choice. Otherwise, I won't be able to change anything. Well, thanks, Lithos. Now we know how the rebellion would go. Yeah, Lithos. Freaking spoiled, man. Don't you know the rules? No spoiling. Man. Spoiled it. See, now I know Rachel's gonna lose her freaking arm. Ugh. Lithos, you're the worst. You're just as terrible as Gabriel. Come on. Lithos banned from the chat. Yeah, ban this idiot, man. Huh? Coming to his senses, no one finds himself sitting inside Rachel's compartment. It is 1 in the morning, and he has just returned after hiding the weapons he received from Bella Beth inside carriage G. No one can remember that. The fight with the upper level guards is 7 hours away. Why are you looking all distracted? Weren't you asking Rachel why she's working with Ashlar? I'm sorry. I was indeed distracted. Can you explain it again? Sure. The fight is about to start anyway. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Rachel raises the glass in her hand before gulping down her moonshine. Because it was my only choice. She repeats her words. Cargo crew was a disorganized mess. Teams would fight with each other to get a larger share and a safer assignment. I wanted to change that, but I had nothing but my fists. I only had one belief. I could fight my way out of this. Obviously, a stupid idea like that didn't get me anywhere. Every time I wanted to start something, the aristocrats would make me pay. When they were about to kick me off the train, Julie saved me. Mom? Yeah, she just met your father back then. She became his secretary by being the hard-working badass she was. She couldn't stand the turmoil of the lower level, so she reached out to me. We talked over and over until we found the only way through, Ashlar. Speaking of which, your father was the one who introduced us. He brought me to the man who wanted to replace the aristocrat, and Ashlar and I made a deal. I scared the aristocrats who wouldn't work with him through the armed disturbances on the lower level, and he gave me connections and supplies to unite the people against the upper level. After our many successes, folks started treating me like an undefeatable hero and put me in charge of the cargo crew. Anyone could ask me for help because an upper-level aristocrat with actual power was standing behind me. Ironic, right? But I didn't have to worry. I could deal with anything. Don't worry, you can deal with this. All these corrupted will be under your command. No one's vision suddenly distorts and turns into a foggy harbor. Lithos is holding his hand, patiently guiding his move. This is the memory of no one waking up not long after becoming a construct. He has forgotten who he is and what ascendants are. He is simply trusting this other person wholeheartedly, the person who has stood by him and told him every secret. Give it a shot. You can even bring the law and order of the Golden Age to them. They'll move things, rebuild ruins. Just don't control too many things at once before you're used to it. Like this. But they don't seem to be listening to me. That's alright. I'll help you. Holding no one's hands, Lithos points them at the crooked constructs. Let them do what you want to do and save who you want to save. Free yourself from that harrowing powerlessness and become a real hero. What is it? You never told me what the price of this power is. Thinking back, no one supposes his instinctual alertness as a merchant must have prevailed. I just need you to become one of us. Not a lot of people can pass the filtering. I cherish you, and I want you to stay. What then? What do you want me to do after I become one of you? The things he asked of me starting mounting up after he thought he'd helped us enough. No one's vision jumps to the night before the fight once again. Rachel sits before her desk, sneering at her glass, self-mockingly. Looking at this scene, no one notices a sense of danger amidst the uneasiness. There are only 7 hours left until the upcoming battle. Why is Rachel still drinking and chatting with Assad? We were just tasked to take care of some jerks and their shady businesses initially. Then, innocent folks started getting involved. Until one day, Ashalar asked me to take care of your father, because he'd started to misbehave too. I'm sorry. I didn't realize Ashlar had bought a few other reckless fools apart from us. Had I known, I would have protected Julie if nothing else. Your father, too. It's too late to say anything now. Her face was scarred in the end, and she landed on the lower level with you, still inside her belly. Then she started to change. The stories she loved and the dreams she believed in were all hidden underneath her mask, without a trace. To get a chance to fight back and free us from Ashlar's control, she agreed with my idea to manipulate the books in order to gather weapons for the cargo crew. You realized that long ago, didn't you? Or someone told you? Yeah, people have said things. I know I shouldn't trust Shauna and Wayland to hide anything from you. She sighs, staring at the murky liquid inside her glass. Julie was different from me and Assad. She wasn't born to be a bad guy. She had been on edge ever since she started tampering with the numbers. She said you ought to hang with other people, but she would start panicking the second you stepped out of sight. Was that why she agreed to let me stay in the book storage room? Yeah, I told her to keep you around if she was worried. But she was afraid of how you'd react if her crime was exposed after you two got close. She would tell herself that she was doing it for everyone's future, as if needing to convince herself. Then she'd start thinking about how you'd survive after she was gone. I've been harsh on you, and that's because I'm worried that you're spending way too much time on drawing to pick up skills that are going to help you to survive. But deep down, she wished you got to do what you love, be it reading, drawing, or being with the people you like. She once told me, I hope you get to become who you want to be. Is she now? I should leave you with a word or two. Then, whatever future you want, don't make the mistakes I've made. She said that too. Rachel pauses for a second before lowering her head and laughing, her whole body shaking uncontrollably. Captain Rachel? That's how it is, isn't it? It was wrong to begin with. We could only fix the sins of our past with new mistakes. I knew it was wrong, but there was no way to stop. This is the afternoon he wakes up after he lost his memories for the first time. Standing in front of an endless red tide, Lithos caresses the glass jar in his arms longingly. I just wanted to protect everyone. I've been thinking about how to allow humans to coexist with the punishing virus all these years, because I realized there wasn't a way to eradicate the virus completely. You look like you're wondering why an Ascendant would want something like that. Lithos holds the jar up, staring woefully at the things inside. These are what remain of my family. My father left me at an orphanage because of my disability. It was a heaven for adults, but a hell for children. Every second there was torment, but we kids survived with our mother by protecting each other. I saw selfish people and selfish souls. I was hurt, and I also cried, or aided. My feelings toward humankind are more complicated than simple love or hate. And that's how I feel about the punishing virus too. The outbreak broke down the fortified cage of the orphanage. My siblings and I escaped, led by our mother, and we finally got our freedom. So I was once grateful for this calamity, until it took away everyone I loved one by one. Can you understand how I feel now? I just wanted to protect everyone. Anyone that was left behind. Don't be afraid. The red tide isn't something cruel. They might not be living as individual beings, but they're reborn through it. This may not be the ideal choice, but it is the best option I can find. As long as something remains, even in this unliving state, it will be better than death. This is the only way for those of us who have survived, to see those who died, to see her again. Lithos grabs their long purple hair instinctually, as if holding onto the remains of someone they deeply care about. I know you wish to stay with real humans instead of these shards that form these projections. But you will inevitably be betrayed if you give your trust to other people. You can only protect yourself and others if you hold absolute power. I've learned that lesson, and so should you. Remember how the cargo crew ended? How it ended? Did you forget? Right. You've already forgotten about it once, after all. Now remember, and tell me your choice. We told you we didn't have a choice. No one's confused mind returns to the night before the battle once again. What would you have us do? Those weapon manufacturers couldn't trade their weapons for our enthusiasm, could they? They needed to put food on their tables as well. Not to mention that the cargo crew's reputation got tarnished after the blessing boxes. No one would have listened if we hadn't had something to offer. I might not agree with Rachel on a lot of things, but I think she was right to work with Ashlar and split the profit of the blessing boxes with them. Blessing boxes stopped selling long ago. Where did our recent supplies come from? We still have Barbara. The person who took over Mom's job? That's right. My wife used to be a really good cook. But you said, there's no way I'd trust her. These two have been up to no good behind my back. I suspected Barbara for some of the food poisoning incidents in the past, but I couldn't find the proof. Assad is only working with us because he failed to get a good seat on the upper level. He wouldn't have given a damn about the rest of us if he were enjoying his life. Why are you keeping him here then? Because he has connections within the cargo crew and the upper level. He's still useful to me. But could someone untrustworthy have provided a steady source of supplies? I know it's not feasible long term. What we took was ours to begin with. The supplies she got from manipulating the books were the payment meant for the cargo crew and the bumblebees. Hungry people will bite will bite anyone if enough time has passed. The more people with their own agenda, the fewer we could trust. In the end, we were dismantling ourselves for the enemy. Why bother when we can just throw them off the train when we discover them? Tinfoil hat theory, Barbara the cook poisoned Julie. What makes you say that? Maybe. It does seem it's a little it feels like it's a little too obvious, but maybe. I don't think it was food. No. It wasn't food poisoning. And they mentioned it earlier in the chapter. That it wasn't food poisoning. It was some sort of like not chemical. It was like some sort of like some sort of substance. It was like some like nitrite or something like that. Which is what caused her like fingers to turn purple. Her skin to turn purple on her fingers. So it wasn't food poisoning. It was like it was still poisoning, just not food poisoning. Oh wait, never mind. You didn't even say anything about it being food poisoning. I'm stupid. Never mind what I said. Never mind. She's a cook, right? Real easy to slip that stuff into her meals. That's true. That is true. And Barbara is in cahoots with Assad here. That she takes Julie's job to pocket resources. Yeah. It might then. Yeah, it might have been Barbara then. Especially considering, like Barbara and Assad are together, and then there's Rachel saying she doesn't trust them. Mentioning the food poisoning and all that stuff that Barbara has a history of. Supposedly. Allegedly. Was that what happened to Bancroft all those years ago? I can't do anything if you insist on thinking that way. Perhaps Assad is drunk or simply annoyed, but he does not deny no one's words firmly this time. Do you think I got him killed all those years ago? But I didn't do a damn thing. I have no idea why his son was gone either. Regardless, I was genuinely glad that someone troublesome like him disappeared while searching for his son. I didn't try to look for him, but that didn't mean I'd killed him, you hear me? No one? Aren't you turning 18 soon? Yes. Why? Field has disappeared for about 5 years, I know, hasn't he? Alright, someone's at my door again. I'll be right back. Field has disappeared for about 5 years by now, hasn't he? Damn, 5 years. I know you always wanted to look for him in City 74, but missions from the cargo crew have kept you away. And you couldn't find anything when you had even when you had the chance to go near the place. I did the same. I privately tasked people to look for Field multiple times over the years. There was news every now and then, but there was nothing we could confirm, so I never told you about any of this. Is that true? You have news about him? I told you I couldn't confirm it if it was him. Once the business with the train is over, you can leave the cargo crew and look for him yourself. Leave the cargo crew? Yeah. Most people who stay here don't have a choice, but you're different. You're young. You should go see the world. When do you plan to make your move? Sooner, the better. All the weapons are hidden inside the train now, so stalling is only going to put us in more danger. I'll start making plans after the 2 other teams return in a few days. She finishes her drink and puts down her glass. Only now does no one realize something is not quite right. How much did you drink today, Captain Rachel? Haha, just this one glass. But she's a lightweight. 10 more minutes and she'll crash here, I'm telling you. It's a virtue to get drunk after a few sips. Alcohol is expensive here. Didn't you say you still have to confirm the intel? Your current state. Tonight's fine. They won't be back that quickly. Show me your assignment first. Is your rev blade assembled? Yes. No one passes his rev blade to Rachel. Carefully, she inspects it under the dim light. Not bad. You're a good self-learner. It took me a whole day to figure out what each of those parts was. Good enough for you to take the time to study it. If it were Assad or his underlings. Haha, what do you expect? They'd have traded the parts for drinks the moment they stepped out of here. My mom used to say, don't be the fools who burn the books to stay warm. Only those who learn from the books can survive. Don't be the fools who burn the books to stay warm. Huh, yeah. Those who don't read but burn books to stay warm are indeed fools. Rachel looks at her reflection inside the glass, disgusted. Sometimes I feel like Julie was right about a lot of things when I look at you. She lowers her head and continues speaking as if she cannot stop. Attitude determines altitude. That's what the old folks used to say. You're patient enough to understand and learn, which means you're much better than many who are already 6 feet under the ground. Even though she wanted to send you to the cargo crew when you were 9. She did that only because she was anxious. Julie wasn't the fittest person. With the work she was involved in, she was worried that she would leave you too early and you wouldn't be able to survive on your own. She wouldn't tell me about any of it, and I only knew that she coughed a lot. If you didn't tell me afterward, I wouldn't have known that she was sick all along. How could you not know? Go take a look at yourself in the mirror. You're the same. Rachel's vision was blurred from her drinking. You're the same? Yeah. Before she put on that mask, she was about your height, and her eyes were as stubborn as yours. Her hair and clothes were as dark as yours. Didn't make a sound when she walked, that woman. Couldn't spot her at night when the lights were off. You know, sometimes I really wish you'd stick that firefly on your shoulder. I wouldn't have to worry about losing you in a night shift. I tried my best to make some noise. You can tell the sound you make when the fight begins. Looking at Noah's dark hair, Rachel suddenly laughs as if thinking of something funny. Why don't you dye your hair into a rainbow? Why don't you treat your night blindness instead of bothering the kid? Night blindness? Me? Impossible. Impossible, my bleh. Didn't the doctor prescribe you a bottle of vitamin A last year? It was practically full when you gave it away earlier this year. Who's free to dye someone's hair nowadays anyway? Kid's stuck with his hair unless he becomes a construct or something. None of us would have stayed here and worked our lives away if we could just become a construct. Have you ever tested Have you ever tested your whatever affinity? What affinity? Tan something something. I forgot. Tantalum. I heard that you need the affinity to have a shot of becoming a construct. Huh. You could also just die during the surgery. You can be a construct, or, you know, you can just die, dude. Enough. You can figure it out in the future. This young man has all the time in the world. Rachel waves her hand drunkenly. Either way, I'll make sure you live. Either way? What does that mean? What does it mean? I'll tell you all about it when it's over. Right now, some things are still uncertain. Rachel's head slams on the desk. Pow. Captain Rachel? Alright, let her sleep. Sometimes you have to let it all out after you hold on to your secrets for too long. The fine is in a few days. She's no superwoman. She could use a sip to pump herself up. Let's put her somewhere she can lay down. Sure. No one wants to find a blanket to cover Rachel after laying her down, but he can only find a jacket hanging on the back of the chair in the compartment. Hey, that's mine. Give it back. Sorry. Right as Noah is about to hand Assad the jacket, he accidentally touches the folds by the collar and notices something unusually rigid inside. What is it? Your jacket. Noah flips over the collar and inspects it, finding a meticulously hidden seam at the fold. He tears apart the seam carefully, and a thin piece of machine falls out. Is that a wire? How long have you had it? Assad! Assad evades Nolan's gaze. He hesitates for a second before grabbing his jacket from Nolan and grinning embarrassingly. It hasn't been that long. Just a few hours. You know I don't usually wear a coat. Barbara gave me the jacket yesterday. We've been talking about our plans and the weapons we moved to the train all this time. Captain Rachel says no one outside this room can know. Don't worry about it. My wife keeps suspecting I'm seeing someone behind her back, so she's just checking who I've been calling and looking into the ladies I've been meeting. She's not interested in the weapons whatsoever. Doubt? Hello? Relax. Rachel and I have been eating at Barbara's and she's been helping us with the books. We're on the same boat, aren't we? Stop being so suspicious. Oh, come on, man. How about me going to Barbara now and making sure she doesn't spill the beans? That sounds good to you? What? But what? What else are we going to do? Rachel's going to sleep for at least 5 hours after she's drunk, so good luck waking her up. You know and Shauna won't be back until the morning. You haven't eaten, have you? There's still canned food on the table. Finish them and go to bed. Sort out this mess after Rachel wakes up. No, that's too risky. Risky? When did you get so distrustful like Rachel? How many supplies has Barbara helped gather for the cargo crew? What good will it do her if our little sting here got exposed? Stop sticking your nose into our marriage. It's starting to look like pure gold. Stop staring. Gotta catch Barbara now before something else goes awry. If you tell anyone about us and embarrass me, I'll make sure you regret it. You hear me? Watching Assad walk away somehow reminds no one of Bancroft. Assad! Assad rushes away with a charged expression as Bancroft did, stumbling as he leaves the compartment and soon disappearing from no one's sight. Wildfire of life. 8:41 a.m. There is a commotion on the lower level. No one flips open the vent cover to see over 30 upper-level guards charging into the commoner carriage and blocking the narrow passageways, causing many to groan and complain. What's happening? Crawling inside the air duct toward where most guards have gathered, no one begins to see a trail of blood, as if someone was dragged across the floor. Then he sees Assad's blood-soaked clothes. Assad's broken bones are exposed in the air. Ew! And coated in dried blood, piercing through his flesh and skin. Part of his head is missing. Ooh, his toothless mouth is silently bemoaning the pain he suffered before his death. Ooh, that's gruesome. Tight ropes used to tie Assad up are twisting his body unnaturally. The guards around him seem to be displaying the cruel scene on purpose, showcasing how Assad was killed. Jesus, that's extreme. Hey, you know, maybe being on Act-alike isn't the greatest thing after all. Stay silent all you want, but the rest of the core members of the cargo crew are next. You'll witness how they're all dragged to their deaths on the train track. Tell us where you've hidden the things if you don't want that to happen. Is that how Rachel loses her arm? Rachel, this isn't like one of those little brawls in the past. We could take them at face value and only punch those on the scene. This time it's threatening all of us. Your silence is only going to escalate things. Our boss will send us to our deaths if we don't have it all sorted out today. Escalate things. The aristocrats upstairs have pushed our folks to their deaths. Does that not escalate things? Are the times when desperate people take their own lives? When you lot beat up and kill whoever you want? Do you think your little stun here is going to solve anything? We don't want to make it difficult for you. There's no need for us to make a scene here. We're all working for the people upstairs. Just hand over the things and no one else gets hurt. Rachel sneers without answering. Instead, she turns and looks at the entrance to the vents. No one knows that Rachel needs to receive a signal that confirms no one's presence. But he must take advantage of the dark air ducts right now without making a sound. You know, sometimes I really wish you'd stick that firefly on your shoulder. Quietly, no one takes out his clockwork firefly and turns on the little light bulb on its tail, gently waving it by the vent. You're stalling, aren't you? Waiting for somebody? If you're waiting for the 2 squads you sent out, I can tell you that they're already dead. The guard takes out his terminal and shows Rachel a recording. Thanks to this coward, the upper level killer is killing 2 birds with 1 stone today. He kicks Assad's body, laughing. Fine, we'll go with you. Rachel, you can't! Before he can finish, 2 shots from 2 different guards graze his shoulder, hitting a young man standing behind him. The young man falls down as the people burst into screams and protests. You have to act now. Look at you all huddling together. How many do you think will go down with just 1 grenade? On a train? You're insane. You goddamn monsters. It's not goddamn. I'm guessing it's just frickin' monsters. Enough. Neon, how many defenseless people are here? Do you want to get them all killed? Boss, we can't let you. Another gunshot interrupts him. Taking advantage of the erupted chaos, no one throws the short sword in his hand at the light in the ceiling. Darkness and shattered glass befall the carriage instantly. Sound the alarm! It's a light show. Move! The cargo members do not hesitate upon receiving the signal, charging toward the nearby guards immediately. Making use of the darkness and confusion, no one drops down from the vent and stabs the guard with the grenade with his rev blade before grabbing the guard's spare longsword and throwing it to the teammate by his side. Nice! The guards have expected some conflicts, but they have not foreseen how determined the people are. Catch him! Nino leaps toward the still standing guard, parrying a strike to his face. Shifting his body, he pushes his blade through the guard's unarmored throat, and the gushing blood shuts the guard up. Right after that, the sound of screaming and explosions blend together, almost deafening everyone in the cart. By the time the emergency lights turn on, the 30 or so guards are now silent corpses alongside a few innocent bystanders, leaving only the blood-drenched people panting and trembling. There's no turning back now that we've killed their guards. Do with me. I'm done waiting. Let's kick it off. They're just going to send more people down if we wait any longer. We await your order. All right. Rachel steps over the pools of blood and smashes the alarm of the lower floor before slotting in her ID card as the cargo crew chief captain, stopping its ear-splitting shriek. Do you remember your vow when you joined the cargo crew? Rachel clenches her fist as the people watch her in silence. Her hands are covered in the blood of their enemies. We'll free everyone from oppression. We'll lay the dead to rest ourselves and let them know their sacrifices are not for naught. Now's the time to fulfill your promise. Rebellion for the people. They have not bought as much time as they wanted. The aristocrats on the upper level quickly realize what is happening and unanimously decide to quench the riot on the lower level, sanctioning all forms of violence. In this short period of time, those who are willing to fight gather at Carriage G, arming themselves with the weapons hidden there, while those not willing to or cannot fight move to the back of the train. The two sides clash inside a carriage at the lower middle section of Aslan. The guards have the upper hand initially, suppressing the lower level with their superior equipment. But with Rachel and other core members leading the lower level, the people respond with superior tactical maneuvers. Our people are ambushed in various parts of the train during their advances. We've already lost contact with over 8 squads. Damn it! Where the hell are those rats hiding? Find them! With their knowledge of the train, people strike from unexpected shrouded locations, from the ducts to the roofs. They cut the power and the light to the carriages while making many inconspicuous traps. The traps are made with crude materials, a spike that is sticking out, an easily shattered glass box, some torn wires on the floor, or even the frame of a broken umbrella abandoned in an unknown corner. Simple as they may be, they are all incredibly useful tools in a close-quarter fight in a confined space. No one can hear the guards not too far in the distance shouting about retreating, only for them to choose to stay and fight instead. Good luck having those aristocrats allowing them to bring the fight to the upper level. After deciding to stay, the guards are soon given new weaponry and launch another assault. Facing their heavy fire, the people's tactics quickly become ineffective. The desperate people must sacrifice more to deter the guards' impenetrable advance. This is the moment we've been waiting for. If we back down now, what will happen to the people hiding behind us? To the death! The cargo crew can last as long as they have against the guards because of how they navigate and assign their forces in the narrow carriages. Once they initiate an advance, however, all their advantages vanish immediately. Our cargo crew member near Noan howls with his weapon raised, running past Noan without noticing a flashing red light near a broken chair to the side. Watch out! Every bully person living on the lower level has dreamed about this day. In their dreams, they will find true equality, fairness, and liberty the moment they cross the line weaved by gunfire. The people believe that their combined will can triumph over any amount of guards from the upper level. Only when the real fight begins does everyone involved truly understand how fragile life is. Dust and smoke fill the lower level carriage. Explosions and screams come out of every corner. The well-armed guards are pushed back by the angry people while the superior weapons of the guards take the people's lives away. Every life on Islam, privileged or poor, is dissolving like an ice cube amidst fire, wailing and roaring in despair. No one can see blood gushing out under the light that seeps through the loose train doors. The red liquid, the metallic shells, the debris, and the human flesh are all fused together, splattering all over the narrow passage. Jesus Christ! Could you imagine this being animated or something? Holy hell. Bodies still warm pave the floor. Without a way forward, someone has blown away the door, letting the speeding train hurl the bodies and blood away, leaving behind a trail of blood on the tunnel wall. Ooh. God. Countless lives and dreams, quarrels and prejudices, oppression and hate. Death erases them all. The bustling carriage of yesterday is now silent after the ceaseless explosions. Fewer than 50 people remain in the cargo crew by the next morning. There is no shouting in the front line, just the sound of guns firing at each other. Someone in the writing room needed their bills paid. For real. They just were like, you know what? Just go all out with the visualization. Go all out with the details. Holy. Lying beside them are thousands of corpses. Thousands? That's a bit of an... That's a lot, actually. Aslam, man, the whole train is literally just a moving country at this point. Lying beside them are thousands of corpses and their blood, silently declaring the outcome of their fight. The remaining people will be able to cross the connecting carriage and storm the upper level after they take down the few enemies still standing. Before they can breathe a sigh of relief for their tragic victory, however, they hear unnerving thumping and cranking entering the connecting carriage. They just have a whole ass riot in the thing. An enormous orb-shaped mechanoid appears, stepping over the dead bodies on the floor and firing blood-red lasers at everyone still breathing. How big is this goddamn... Actually, the train is actually quite large. Right then, the train enters a tunnel, the carriage unlit by the damaged lights. 7 seconds pass, and the brief darkness fades away, revealing 9 more lives having been taken. Swear word! They couldn't beat us and now they're sending in that thing! Nino runs as he shouts, picking up a rifle from a dead guard, before aiming and contributing to the fray of fire. Nonetheless, all the bullets ricochet off the mechanoid's metal shell, barely damaging it. Swear word! It's tough! Get out of my way then! Shauna brings out a grenade launcher from who knows where, just out of nowhere. Dashing near Nino and firing even before he has safely retreated. The anti-tank projectile flies through the greenish-gray smoke, hitting the giant machine. Christ. Did that do it? It should. Before the smoke and fire dissipate, the unnerving cranking makes itself known once again. It's not dead. Any idea, Shauna? That was my idea. What do we do? The guards are still behind it. Where's Rachel? She led another group to the front. This thing has separated us. Fall back for now. We'll take cover using the heavy blast doors near the coupling. That should buy us some time to regroup. Alright, that's the only thing we can do for now. Make sure to pick up anything useful on your way out. Guided by the 3 core members, the other cargo crew members cover each other as they quickly retreat to the lower level. The scattered guards, meanwhile, take their chance to advance again, staying behind the mechanoid. Hey, what are they doing? Looking at where he is pointing, they see that a large group of guards is climbing onto the roof of the carriage, covered by the orb-shaped mechanoid. What are they trying to do? After this, the aristocrats also have Chum Yu in their pocket. Oh boy. Goddamn aristocrats. They're avoiding direct confrontations. Sneak to the back. Wait, the people who can't fight are all in the back. He always used the people as hostages. What do? Should we go up and fight? I don't know about that, Jimmy. We can't. There are too many of them. I didn't think their rich blah is still hiding so many people. Going to Rachel's number. These must be Eshlar's bodyguards. Shauna, Nolan, a lot of the guards have just gotten past us. We see them. What should we do? Move back. Aslam is approaching Tunnel 204. The ceiling of the tunnel is not high enough for the guards to move freely, even if they're up on the roof. We have 15 minutes before we enter the 204. Make sure everyone has retreated behind Carriage G. Secure yourselves. Carriage G? What are you planning to do? Going to blow it up. Boom. We meme on him, but even he is like an anti-personal nuke compared to humans. 9:01 a.m. The winter sky just shows the briefest glimpse of light through the dark clouds, and it already begins to snow. The moment the speeding train exits Tunnel 204, the carriage G explodes, splitting the train in two. The locomotive drags the upper-level carriages onward for a while before gradually stopping 5 kilometers away. The lower-level carriages shake violently from the explosion, flipping over some of the storage carriages nearby. Luckily, preparations have been made, so most people in the commoner carriage are safe. Got a message. The stop is fronting. The stop is fronting. I actually did the meme. No fucking way. I didn't mean to actually say that. The stop is fronting. Ain't no way I just said that. The front is stopping. I can't believe I did that. Reading 100. Oh my god. That's the first time I've ever done that before. Wow. That's funny. Yeah, the stop is fronting. I'm not surprised. There are a lot of carriages there otherwise leaving behind. Those aristocrats can't give up that much money. Is that giant military mechanoid still? Is that giant military mechanoid following us? Not yet. Most members who can still fight have stayed in the front with Rachel. The only ones left with the rest of the people are Shauna, Nina, Noah, a cargo crew member named Jimmy, and Mike, a bumblebee member. Get everyone off the train first. We're not that far from the other side. This was all for nothing if they managed to pursue us. What happened to Wayland? Does going outside mean we're safe? The guards have legs too, you know. Quiet! What's that sound? We could hear a sound most familiar to the cargo crew, approaching from the distant sky. A helicopter? Oh my god. Before they can react, intense gunfire decimates the broken carriage. Those psychopaths! Is this necessary? Take cover now! Bullets shoot through the smoke from the explosion and strike where the people are. Sparks fly as bullet holes riddle the walls and the floor of the carriage. Jimmy! Jimmy fails to dodge in time and is hit in his left shoulder. No one is about to reach for Jimmy when Mike grabs Noah by his collar and pulls him behind the cover. Jimmy! Still trying to rush out. No one is stopped by both Mike and Shauna. He looks at them confused. This Mike simply shakes his head, speaking only when no one has slightly calmed down. Let go. You'll just become another corpse if you go out. Jimmy is moaning on the ground in pain. Dense but sporadic bullets land around him, never hitting Jimmy directly. He's lucky as hell. Oh no. Jimmy tries to crawl toward the cover, but a bullet hits one of his limbs every time he moves, accompanied by teasing laughter from the other end of the floodlight. The guards are playing with the dying man. These guys are... yeah, no, that's pretty messed up. Don't... I'm going to kill them all! You idiot, can't you see? That's what they want! They are keeping Jimmy alive to draw out the people hiding behind covers to slaughter them. It hurts. It hurts so much. Where were they hiding a helicopter? I know, right? But then again, Aslam is... like, it's a massive train. I wouldn't be surprised if there was like one entire carriage of the train that was like housing like a helicopter. The wounded Jimmy, still a teenager at this point, is trembling. His tears briefly wash away the bloodstains, revealing his still adolescent face. But he crawls up despite the pain and raises his pistol even as he cries, hurt and broken as he is. He refuses to kneel and instead fires at the blinding light. Jimmy! You people! He can barely see the enemy against the light. He can barely hold his gun as it is. But the ricocheting bullets still frighten the cowardly guards, forcing them to put him down. That is the last thing Jimmy can do. Following a dehumanizing a few rounds pierced Jimmy's chest, ending his rasping cry. His eyes are still open as his body hits the ground, those crystal clear irises of his blurred by a mixture of tears and blood. Bastards. Those... What should we do now? We don't stand a chance confronting them directly. 07 for the boy, Jimmy. Till his dying breath. Staying here won't save us anyway. Let's head out and go down fighting. This isn't time for our last stand yet. Check that out. Shauna points to where carriage G broke off. The guards are standing near the pneumatics, devices Aslan used to open the train doors during an emergency, before the train shifts to helium-3 as their energy source. There was a large amount of heated compressed air inside. I learned about it from the people in maintenance in the past. If we can get the leak, I'll be distracted for a good while. We can take the opportunity to split up and hide, ambushing them from the dark. Do we still have any explosives? Grenades? Anything? We'd have used them if we did. It's pointless. We can't get that thing to break from here. I know how to open it. I can do it with a screwdriver if I'm close enough. Nino looks at her in silence for a few seconds before turning away. No way. You can't all open fire at the same time and cover me for 5 seconds. No, 3. 3 seconds is all I need to get that track behind covers. I'll be right back again. So many interruptions today, huh? Quite popular. Tell me about it. It's a lot of interruptions. Alrighty. I'm in the middle. It's Kuro games. They're like, he's reading one of their good chapters. Let's fuck with him a bit. Gosh darn you, Kuro games. Shakes fist. For real though, this chapter has been really good. Okay. Track behind covers. I said no. How's that different from taking your own life? You were just lecturing me. How are they the same? That's the only way out now. Didn't Rachel say that you have to listen to me if we disagree on something? Blah, blah, blah. I don't remember. A barrage of bullets is fired at them again. Several rounds graze past the covers, impacting the ground and sending sparks flying. Shit. Flanking us. Time to hesitate. I'm going to count to 3 and you start firing for at least 3 seconds. Split up once the formation is disrupted. Understood? Is there no other way? Everyone else stays quiet, leaving only no one to ask this question. No, there is no other way. Don't be afraid. As long as there are those who live, as long as the people we want to protect get to live, I have made the right choice. By the way, Nino, that thing you mentioned last week. My answer is yes. Let's move in together after this. What? You're talking about that now? It's too late, isn't it? Nino wants to say something in return, but Shauna has started counting down for her plan. And her life. Shauna, no! 07 for Shauna. 3. She knows clearly that her life is no longer hers after these 3 seconds as she offers it to the Grim Reaper. 2. Grinding his teeth, Nino curses under his breath as his rifle aims at exactly where he needs to fire. 1. Shauna never stops thinking about dying. She is used to seeing her people die. She thought she would be ready when her time came, but now, taking one last look at her comrades, she allows herself a moment of vulnerability. Open fire! shouts and gunshots come from behind the cargo crew's covers, sending the surrounding guards into disarray. Unable to see where they are firing from, the guards are forced to find cover as well. An eagle-eyed guard notices a figure dashing out of the cover, but the cargo crew's suppressive fire causes the guard's shot to go wild. Keep shooting! Don't stop! This is the only thing they can do for Shauna now. We also know that if they do not replace their tears with their bullets and roars, their grief will simply break them. The cargo crew is out of ammo to sustain their suppression after 3 seconds. The brief pause is quickly filled by the return fire of the guards, which pins down the remaining crew members instead. But before long, the guards start screaming as steaming gas bursts from the door, breaking up their formation. That woman over there, kill her! Following that are a few gunshots and an explosion, and Shauna's life comes to an end somewhere too far away for her comrades to see. Steaming air is dispersed by the explosion, no longer threatening the guards. Shauna, no. It's one of those moments where just one by one, people you know, people you grew to know, go out one by one. God damn you. War never changes. Split up. The 3 of them take this brief window of opportunity to leave their covers, splitting up into the different parts of the carriage, hiding among its many intertwining ducts and machines. They are fearless even when confronting enemies 10 times their power. Unlike the guards, they are the people who actually know the train thoroughly. First, a bullet breaks the lamp on the ceiling, enshrouding the depths of the carriage once again. Not only does it make it harder for the guards to find them, but the sunlight also turns the guards into shining targets. Then comes a volley of gunshots. The head of a guard who has veered off tracking them explodes. Jesus! Another guard who is hiding behind a cover finds himself somehow riddled with bullet holes. My God! The guards are getting impatient, seeing other guards dropping one by one, and decide to bring down everything that can be used as a cover. After a round of explosions, the cargo crew stops firing. Push forward into groups of 3. We have to find them. The guards advance carefully, but they have not expected to hear gunshots firing from behind them. Several other groups are immediately taken out, sending the guards into chaos. Take that, you armed thugs! Retrieving his blade from the enemy's chest, Nolan finds Nino sneaking toward a corner of the carriage. Nino, what do you think you're doing? The fire caused by the explosions of explosives the guards deployed is beginning to spread. The area with the pneumatics is flooded with fire. It will not be long before the whole place burns to ashes. We have to get their bodies back at the very least. There's no way we're leaving them in a place like this. I'll get Shauna. You two grab Jimmy. Before no one can stop him, Nino is already on his way to the corner of the carriage, crouching and dashing from cover to cover right underneath the watchful gaze of the guards. He quickly reaches Shauna. For a second, Nino even thinks Shauna might be alive before he sees her body with his own eyes. But before he can move Shauna's body to a safe location, he feels a sudden, excruciating pain from one of his feet. His left foot has stepped on a bear trap hidden among the debris. There just happens to be a bear trap right there? That's the most unlucky thing ever. His years of training have kept him from screaming despite the bone-shattering pain, but the sound of the trap activating is loud enough to get the attention of the alerted guards. No! A hailstorm of bullets fires toward where Nino is. He immediately ducks away, but not before he is hit twice in his abdomen. Nino remembers every trap in this place, and he would not have made such a rookie mistake. It must have been moved. The guards must have moved it near the corpses in order to catch anyone coming back for them. God damn it! Dirty bastards! Nolan and Mike have successfully moved Jimmy's body to somewhere safe, and they realize the guards have Nino pinned down. Hey, Rachel's boy. Looks like Nino's hurt. We have to save him. Can we do it? There aren't a lot of enemies left. No one, I almost said Nino. No one moves his wrists and nods, his short sword and red blade in hand. Hell yeah. As Mike fires, no one dashes across the difficult terrain of the carriage toward the group of guards nearest to Nino. With their attention on Nino, no one's blade smoothly goes through one of them. His teammate turns and aims at no one, but no one's short sword slices through his wrist. Distracted by the scream of the unhanded guard, the last guard fires in panic, going to allow Mike to hit him from a distance. Taking advantage of this window of opportunity, no one slices toward Nino and drags him away from the shooting and the spreading fire, leaving Shauna's body behind in the process, watching as the flame devours her. Retreating behind a secured cover, they have nonetheless exposed their location. Suppressive fire rains upon them, trapping them where they are. This is all my fault. I couldn't get Shauna. Now the two of you are. Save it after we've left this place. Nino's terminal suddenly receives a comms request. Heartened, no one helps Nino up while Mike returns fire with his limited ammo, holding the guards back. This is Nino. We're stuck at the back of carriage G. We lost a lot of people, including Jimmy and Shauna. What is your status? So, we're almost wiped out too. We were hoping you can help us. Wayland's voice is faint, as if it will stop any moment. What about the rest of you? Where's Rachel? Wayland answers after a brief silence. We got separated from Rachel. We tried to contact her, but there were no responses. Nino wants to keep asking, but they hear nothing back. Not even the sound of sparse gunshots. The giant mechanoid's on their side, isn't it? You didn't really stand a chance against it to begin with. This rebellion has probably failed. No way. We've lost. We've lost. The guards have also taken a heavy hit. I bet that is when no one realizes how warm his palms have been. He looks down at Nino in his arms to find Nino's blood soaking through his shirt and hands. Nino? You're losing a lot of blood. We have to stop the bleeding right now. No one puts pressure on Nino's wound, but there is no way he can stop the blood from gushing out. He watches as Nino's life fades away before him, little by little. No. Nino does not seem to be in pain, however. He just holds his terminal in his hands, saddened. It would be quite tragic if this is what we've been working toward and looking forward to. Nino is slowly losing consciousness from his blood loss. We have to do something about it, or he will die of shock soon enough. But the guards are not giving them a second chance to breathe. Having restored the public address system on the train, the guards speak to the two of them amidst their ceaseless gunfire. We know how this ends, but how did it turn into Rachel was betrayed by Julie's son? I don't know. Maybe... because I feel like the aristocrats would know about Julie having a son, right? Or at least the upper level guards. So maybe they just saw no one shoot her and was like, yep, he betrayed her. Because it seems like not a single person of the cargo crew is going to survive, aside from no one, of course. So I don't think it would be them, but I don't know. Then again, earlier in the chapter they were like, he betrayed Rachel, throw him off the train or some shit. So I feel like maybe there are some survivors who witnessed it. I think, if I'm remembering it correctly. This is a message. Fake rumor from the aristocrats? Ooh, that's a good one. Maybe. We'll have to see. We're just gonna have to see here. This is a message to the rioters in hiding. Come out now. Otherwise, the sound of a child screaming and his parents crying can be heard from the system. To convince those who didn't fight to turn against them? Yeah. That might be it. We'll start executing these accomplices to your riot. Do you hear me? Accomplice my blur? They're just taking hostages. We can't drag the others into this. But we're the only ones left. We can't save anyone without putting our lives at risk. There's still a way. Faking our surrender? No one nods. No, if you do that, they're just gonna shoot you. I feel like they're gonna kill you regardless. A hand slowly rises from behind the cover, followed by another hand. Hold fire! The guards stop shooting, but the rifles still point at where Noah and Mike hide. The guards know full well how cunning the cargo crew members are by now. Noah and Mike slowly stand up, with the unconscious Nino on Mike's back. The three of them step out from their cover, unnerved and fully exposed to their enemies. Not bad. Walk here slowly, just like this. Don't try to pull any stunts. The guard gently smacks the face of the child kneeling beside him with his pistol. The child is so scared that he cannot even cry. No one nods, approaching them slowly and naturally. No one notices the combat knife he hides behind his leg. As he approaches the hostages, no one notices Hill once again, the old, timid woman who has been watching over him since he was young. Rachel always says that not everyone has what it takes to stand up to the bad guys. They might be silent, but that doesn't mean they approve of what's happening. Many on the lower level disagree with Rachel. They believe those who do not fight are a waste of resources, but they forget that people like Hill have been contributing in their own way inside this moving cage. How many children has Hill looked after? How many torn clothes has she fixed? No one never questions his choices because he has noticed it all. The people he has to protect are right there beside him. They are safe, even though they are scared. He does not regret what he has done. He just wishes he was powerful enough to have done more. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The old woman's tears soak her wrinkled face. Why have I always failed to protect you? Don't be sorry, Aunt Hill. It's okay. He wants to offer her a smile, but he cannot. He keeps walking as the guards watch. I've seen what Barbara did after they took Julie. I was too scared to tell her. Too scared to tell you. She is sobbing frantically behind the guards. I just looked. She ate them. Just watched as she died. So it was Barbara. Barbara poisoned. Yeah, you were right. It was Barbara, yeah. Hill's wailing gets louder and louder. And then, right before Noah and Mike get to the guards, the gunfire and the explosion happen at the, almost happen at the same time. Aunt Hill? No one will never know when she took the grenade and when she made up her mind. I'm sorry, my children. Your Aunt Hill was too scared to do anything back there. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. No. Not everyone has what it takes to stand up to the bad guys. No one thought he understood what it meant. But is that true for humankind? The young mature as they grow, and the old change as they mature. Even the dying cinder contains the courage to ignite itself and burn. No. Mistaking a deer for a horse. The snow has covered up the scarred earth by afternoon. Only a bloody figure can be seen inside this barren land, running above the upper level carriage. Mike, the heavily wounded Nino, and most of the civilians are staying on the lower level. To find out the fate of Rachel and the cargo crew, no one travels 5 kilometers of snowfield alone, returning to the upper level. No amount of snow can cover the blood and bodies here. At last, no one finally finds the person he has been looking for. Captain Rachel! No one. Rachel has lost her left hand as blood drips down from her forehead. No one has never seen her so vulnerable. Your hand. Is there a doctor around? There's no one left. We failed. Turns out Ashlar has a few of those mechanoids hidden away. In the end, well, he got to catch a breath when the aristocrats started to fight among themselves. Among themselves? You're talking about Ashlar and Princess Jamila? Yeah, Jamila didn't win either. Her guards have gotten as quiet as the snow. The only good news is, Ashlar has played all his cards now. Without his aces, he has fallen from his throne. I'll take you to a base outside. We'll find a doctor. Hold on. That's not necessary. It's too late now. She forces a wry chuckle and gives no one her terminal. Captain, listen to what I have to say. Take my terminal. It's part of my deal with him. Deal. I hope Ashlar will let you live. There are also records of our businesses in there. Things Ashlar wants to keep hidden. Give him this terminal in my head, and you'll become the hero who quells the riot. The aristocrats will favor you and put you in charge of the cargo crew. What? I'm almost out of breath. Don't make me repeat myself. Why are you asking me to take over your place this way? Yeah, I figured it was going to be that. Yeah, I figured it was by her request to get killed by him. It was to keep him safe, no matter what. Because we failed. To get another shot, we'll need time. Time to rest and rebuild. If you give up here and now, what would happen to those without a home? No base will take them in. They have to stay on the train, with no one to look after them. And the aristocrats keep hurting and exploiting the people as they have always done. Yeah, and then the lower level people will hear about it or find out about him shooting or killing Rachel, and then they'll get pissy about him, being like, "You were with Rachel. How could you betray?" And then throw him off the train. You said Ashlar had lost his aces. Now's the time to take him down. I wish it were that simple. It's not just armaments that make those aristocrats the aristocracy. Even if our rebellion succeeded, it would have only been the first of many steps. There would have been a lot of problems we have to solve. Alas, we failed, so we'll need to start again. Rachel lowers her head, her face pale. She has lost too much blood. Listen, they're coming to search the roof. Do it now, or it's going to be too late. Captain Rachel, we won't do it. Yes, you will. She shouts, angry and frail, forcing no one to grab her gun. Hold it tight. Don't let go. Didn't you want to find Field? There's information on him in the terminal. Only you can find him. You survived this. I've made my share of mistakes leading the cargo crew. I've done so much and wronged and hurt too many people. I've done so much wrong and hurt too many people. I didn't trust those I ought to believe in while trusting people like Assad. Even when he let his people steal from their own team. When he himself did it, I allowed it. Because he was trading half of his take for our weapons. So, went to Bancroft. That's right. He was the one who told your friend about warehouse G54. Assad tricked him and got him inside the crate. That's why you should hate me. Shoot. Kill me and live. Remake the cargo crew the way you want. Don't make the mistakes I've made. Quickly, they're almost here. But the cargo crew is almost wiped out. You might be wrong, but you're my mentor. How can I do this to you? Then, consider it my last wish, Nolan. I've always wanted to atone for what I did to your mother. She was dead because of me. The only way I can make it up to her is to make sure you get to live. Rachel puts her hand over Nolan's. Rachel is about to hold her cold, shivering hand when he realizes she has something else in mind. What are you doing? Captain Rachel! You know, Julie? You still, I think that was an L. I still The flare from the barrel covers up her last words. Oh, God, his dead eyes. Oh. No one is the last one standing on the snowy field. God. Using his hand to pull the trigger is trauma-inducing. Yeah. Forcing him to do it. Asking him to kill you is one thing, but then forcing him to actually pull the trigger like that? After Rachel dies, no one is quickly taken to the jail cell that once imprisoned his mother. He stays there for 14 days under many watchful eyes. The guards all have their own agenda to patrol outside his cell. Some are people from Ashlar's side, while others are loyal or royal bodyguards rarely seen in these parts. No one even sees a hurt, young construct wandering nearby. Some of them want the truth, while others want to make sure no one tells their truth. These people are all cautious of each other, their moves and counter-moves, forcing them into a deadlock. Somehow, that gives no one the chance to survive. The night before no one is supposed to be brought to the temporary council, the young wandering construct suddenly sits in front of a cell when no one else is around. Oh my God! Leader asked me to apologize on her behalf. She wants to help, but the royal forces are hampered right now. The soldiers we sent were the most we could do. And she wants to thank you. She knows you have Rachel's terminal, but you haven't given it up, have you? What are you saying? Do what you want to do. The next day, no one is marched into the temporary council by the guards. Commoners surround the hall, whispering tales of the event and the survivors. Royals and their bodyguards sit at the top of the staircase, while aristocrats with different expressions are sitting nearby. At the furthest right are guests no one has never seen before. Their outfits suggest they are constructs from Babylonia. No one has seen many of them while working for the cargo crew. He never talked to them outside of their dealings. What happened to Islam has deeply impacted the Akdalak commercial alliance. As our trade partner, Babylonia has requested to attend this trial. Both Babylonia and ACA agree that the cargo crew and Bumblebee of the lower level are instrumental to our work to reclaim Earth. We have therefore allowed our citizens to sit in this meeting. They have the right to know. Constructs. You don't mind, do you? Of course not. Please proofread. It's the localization that they hire. It's not just Kuro. It's their localization team. I at least I think it's like a separate like team or something from like the actual company. That's what I think. Regardless, this a lot of this stuff needs to be proofread and all that. There's always like spelling mistakes and grammar issues here and there. Ashlar sounds confident. Over the last 3 days, he has deployed various methods to search and question no one, offering carrots and sticks to make sure that Rachel's terminal is not in no one's possession. To prevent no one from hiding the terminal using his knowledge of the lower level carriages, Ashlar's guards have been repeating one thing. As long as no one frames the event as a result of Rachel conspiring with the royals, no one will be crowned the hero who quelled the riot. he will be in charge of the cargo crew and enjoy all the benefits that come with it. If no one does not follow their script, there is only one end that awaits him. He will be executed in the cruelest way possible. The people the cargo crew tried to protect will be exiled from the train. Allow me to begin, as I was the first to discover this riot. The trigger of the event is as follows. My dutiful guards discovered that Rachel had stockpiled a large number of unregulated weaponry from unknown sources inside the storage carriage while inspecting their wares. My guards were trying to inquire about the origins and purposes of these weapons when the cargo crew suddenly attacked them. Ashlar lies loudly and proudly, as if there were no wire inside the coat. Assad was not dragged to his death, and the people had not been held hostage at gunpoint. During our follow-up investigations, we have secured a key witness. He was a core member of the cargo crew. People turn their gaze toward where Ashlar is pointing. No one. According to his testimony, Captain Rachel conspired with the royals to allow the cargo crew to carry out an armed riot on the upper level to eliminate the voices of dissent. Bullshit! No way Rachel would work with the aristocrats. Don't you slander her. Rachel never told the people the truth. She said these shadowy deals would break their hearts. Face the truth, you filthy peasants. This tragedy only happened because the royals condoned the cargo crew's irresponsible and unrestrained behavior. Therefore, he suddenly raises his voice. To prevent the royals from abusing their power again, I propose an end to the monarchy. We shall establish a parliament a la Babylonia, dividing the power and responsibilities among those of us who actually contribute. Hear, hear. Cheers and applause from the aristocrats and their underlings erupt as if rehearsed. Ashlar, you claimed that the royals condoned the cargo crew's actions. What exactly did they condone? The stockpiling of unregulated weapons and not holding them accountable for their violent behavior. Let's put aside the fact that you have yet to present concrete evidence. On the day of the conflict, you deployed a large number of lethal, military-grade weapons. Were you authorized to use them? We simply sent our technicians to override the control of those deadly weapons. They were originally Rachel's. Is that so? But I received the following piece of evidence earlier. A manager from logistics named Barbara brought me a ledger and asked for my help, claiming that someone is trying to take her life. You have apparently obtained many supplies and resources through her. Anyone can forge a letter or a ledger. The name of the section, Calling a Deer a Horse, is an old Chinese saying, so I think I know what's about to happen. Oh. Interesting. I can kind of guess, but let's just wait and see here. I'm just going to wait and see here. That woman has passed. Who can say if you have falsified evidence post-mortem? We can't question the dead. Ashlar's right. Stop blaming us honest, dutiful folks, you despicable royals. Ashlar's advocates immediately clamor for him, condemning Aston loudly. Barbara is dead. She didn't live even after she gave away Assad's recordings. Why don't we ask our key witness? This young man here is our hero. Rachel might have raised him, but he was the one who put her down in the end. He was the one who stopped the riot. Ashlar's words caused an uproar among the people in the back. What did he just say? That kid killed Rachel? Isn't he the guy who always stayed near her? How did that happen? I thought we all did our best, but it turns out... Traitor! You filthy traitorous bastard! Traitorous bastard! Silence! Ashlar waves his hand gleefully, gesturing for the guards to pacify the crowd. When the council is quiet again, Ashlar makes his way toward no one, his hands behind his back, his steps light and springy. Now tell us, how did Rachel get as far as she did? Captain Rachel. The slum has always been in chaos. Everyone does what they can to survive this hellhole. Trust Rachel. She has a plan to free us from this oppression. Will she become a great leader? Just like the heroes in the books? Yes. I'm trying to help her. I don't always agree with the way she does things, but I have no right to question her either. You'll be my apprentice starting today. I'll train you and teach you to protect yourself. Like I've said before, the folks on the upper level are just going to work with someone else if we refuse to make these blessing boxes. That won't help our situation at all. We've tried strikes and protests, but at the end of the day, the aristocrats own this train. We won't get a say so long as they're still alive. It's true that I've crossed the line. If what I did brings about a better tomorrow for the people, I'd gladly do it again and pay the price. The supplies for the weapons. I have my ways. They don't even consider that should the lower level keeps going like this, no one's escaping once the bubble bursts. I don't know why field disappeared. These sacrifices are made so that people get to live a good life. I've always wanted to atone for what I did to your mother. Remake the cargo crew the way you want. Don't make the mistakes I've made. Worst part is no one's guilt will not allow him to deny killing Rachel, even though it was essentially an assisted suicide. Yeah. No one's had it really rough. Him and Selena. Him and Selena, man. It's a tragic turn of events. Just tragic. Would Rachel work with Ashlar again if she could turn back time? Probably. She kept betting her hope on something more powerful than her, something she thought to be immovable, even on her last breath. She believed that power would save no one. Rachel has never really trusted us. She's become a tyrant while trying to get her weapons. She's witnessed too many things she couldn't change and given up on too many she couldn't save. She stopped believing that she could save anyone. How does that happen? No one asks himself again. It was my only choice. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to change anything. Does he have a choice now? The cargo crew has messed us up real bad, kid, but Ashlar is willing to offer you mercy. You don't have a choice. Do you want to end up like Assad, kicked off the train and dragged to your death? And even if you're fine with dying yourself, are you willing to take down so many others with you? The sacrifice. He's willing to be shunned just to keep everyone safe. Is that so? He hears Jamila's raised voice the moment he sets foot in the council. Both Babylonian and ACA agree that the cargo crew and Bumblebee of the lower level are instrumental to our work to reclaim Earth. We have therefore allowed our citizens to sit in this meeting. They have the right to know. Jamila is not entirely unprepared. She is sending a subtle message. They are important. Babylonia's partners also agree. No businessman will throw away anything they deem important. So, everyone's waiting for you. Ashlar slams on the desk before no one, looking at the whispering crowd impatiently. In a brief moment of trance, no one remembers something Field asked him a long, long time ago. What do you want to be in the future, no one? No one looks up and stares back at the eyes watching him, unyielding even if their gazes threaten to pierce him. Now is the time to choose the future. He knows his choice will spell his doom. But he will not regret it as long as he can finish what the cargo crew started all those years ago. It is just a shame he cannot live to see it. Rachel stockpiled those weapons because she wanted equal rights for the people on the lower level. She wanted to free us from being exploited by the blessing boxes in an unjust system. And our worst oppressor is none other than Ashlar and his people. This time was no different. Not only did he use military-grade weapons he secretly owned to slaughter the cargo crew, he also sent his guards to come after the citizens in the damaged carriage. Everyone standing back there can testify to that. They are the survivors of that disaster. You might not know why it happened. They have definitely witnessed what you did. The people in the back are immediately stirred up, echoing Noan's statement out loud and railing against the cruel slaughter. Seeing this, Ashlar just sneers, unperturbed. It seems our little witness here has been coaxed into telling lies. My fellow aristocrats, do you remember why we funded Islam all those years ago? Love and hope. That's right. We did it because we wanted to spread love and hope around the world. Did what the cargo crew do align with our intention then? Of course it didn't. We all have to work hard in order to reclaim Earth and rebuild the glorious Golden Age. How shameful and selfish it is to destroy Islam just because some of them are tired. In the grand scheme of things, no amount of pain of an individual is worth mentioning. If no one has not witnessed the struggles and sufferings on the lower level for the past 17 years, he might not get to be as impartial and visionary as the aristocrats. As the rehearsed cheers and applause die down, no one plays his ace. We still have Rachel's terminal. What? Gone through her records. 20 years of invoices, lists, messages, contracts, and minutes are all intact. That will be enough to prove what you have done. It will show everyone who the real oppressor is and who has been trying to assassinate the aristocrats who wouldn't take your orders. It's you, obviously. What? You're Julie's boy, aren't you? Your father used to work for me. We still have records of his crime, I believe. Rachel killed him in revenge before we could give him his sentence. Ashlar causes a commotion among the crowd again. Your mother never stopped holding a grudge. She helped Rachel to manipulate the books and misappropriated supplies. We have all of them on record. To avenge your parents, you stayed by Rachel's side all these years, so as to steer her, to start her right at the wrong time, and take the chance to kill her yourself. The whole thing was infighting inside the cargo crew. What else can those commoners do except for taking up our space and causing trouble? They're all the same, uneducated and vulgar. Violence is all they know. Here, man, I'm tired of these aristocrats. Aristo-ass. How horrible, absolutely horrible. The aristocrats all rise to support Ashlar, even when he has just spun a brand new narrative out of thin air to shift all the blames onto no one. What are you all talking about? He still hasn't shown any proof. Why are you all supporting him? No one shouts. The crowd follows where Ashlar leads, disregarding no one's words. Get these criminals out of here. Make the train safe again. Have you heard of the tale, calling a deer a horse? Ashlar walks toward Noah nonchalantly, quietly teasing the young man. The chancellor wanted to overthrow the king, but he didn't know how much sway he had in the court. So, before he acted, he gifted his king a deer while claiming it to be a horse. The king didn't believe him, obviously, so the chancellor asked the other officials in the court, "Is this a deer or a horse?" And how do you think they answered? So many couldn't wait to agree with the chancellor that it was indeed a horse. You thought those who mistake a deer for a horse are stupid, but that's their cleverest trick. People who tell the truth are often the first to die. We have guests from Babylonia with us today, so I prefer not to make a scene. This is your last chance to hand in the terminal. That's wild. Ashlar's whole entire rebuttal was, nah man, that didn't happen. Like, no evidence or anything. For real, dude. A bunch of his aristocrats are just yes men. They're just all yes men. Jesus. No evidence, no nothing. Nah man, we didn't do it. Ah shit, you're right. Your Honor, he's innocent. Oh, well, that really sells it then. Okay, cleared. Man, that's some bullshit. Why is it always the people of higher power, man? No one's hand with the terminal will not stop shaking. Expose you. And you don't want to make a scene? They were working with me in the first place. As long as I reassure them afterward and provide them with reasonable proof, they will leave this place satisfied. Reasonable? No one looks at Jamila. She has not spoken after her initial speech. Lowering her head, she only whispers to the people beside her quietly, as if the other figures behind her are a threat. No one turns to look at the unarmed construct and ask them. Neither of them is able to answer no one's helpless gaze as the crowd around them becomes more and more alarming. Standing amidst this insurmountable tide, no one finally accepts that the law and order of the Golden Age have utterly collapsed. In this apocalypse, only the leader who holds actual power can make the rules that others follow. Ordinary people will not light up the night, as bright as they might burn. Yep. Yep. Still, he wants to try one last time. Hey! No one raises his hand with the terminal and throws it toward the young construct. And then, several bullets are fired from the crowd, hitting no one before his hand even drops. The pain in his chest and abdomen almost knocks him unconscious. What is the meaning of this? He seems to hear a voice, a question from the future asked through his memories. Meaning? No one tries to look up, but all he hears is the echoing chorus of Ashlar's rules. Is that because they worry they will otherwise become the next targets? The guards surround the young construct while the crowd chants. They cannot take the evidence away from the construct, and the construct cannot fight them off due to Jamila's stance. A futile attempt. You've made the wrong choice. As long as the people's dream. Do you think that evidence will help you achieve the dream of the cargo crew? The distant voice sneers. Through his blurred vision, no one can see a bullet hitting the terminal inside the construct's hand. The terminal shatters, its pieces scattered on the floor, stepped over by the disorderly crowd. Their sacrifices are all in vain because of your choice. No. He reaches out with his trembling hand, hoping to hold onto some of the shattered fragments, but the crowd steps on his fingers, just as they did the broken device. Give it back. Excruciating pain in his chest torments his soul. Has he made the wrong choice? Should he have listened to Rachel and given everything to Ashlar? No, that is not the path he dreams of. Is this the path you dream of then? No, it isn't. All I wanted was a people that does not have to starve or be exploited. A people that is treated fairly with the decencies of life. As his voiceless declaration disappears amidst the chanting crowd, the dreams of the tens of thousands of people on the lower level also vanish in the dark like a dying ember. Do you regret it, Shrek? Kid's still alive. Throw him off the train. Do you regret it? God damn. Dead end by nightfall. I don't know what's going on right here. Hang on. Like, it happened yesterday too. Like, OBS would disconnect for like maybe a second or two, and then YouTube chat would disconnect and then reconnect. It just happened now. But man, tragic. Oh, no. Snow is coming down hard where the memory ends. Right before his mind melts into the snowfield and turns blank, no one has a dream. In that dream, he is the only person who dies, lying alone in the snow. Everyone else is safe and sound, living aboard Aslan, After his consciousness fades away, he has an agonizing nightmare. In that nightmare, he survived the fall from the speeding train, saved by a construct. A mechanical firefly his friend gave him blocked the gunshot to his chest, saving him from a lethal wound. He keeps crawling on the frozen field, accompanied only by his pain and the realization that everyone he cares about has perished this winter. Do you regret it? The distant voice echoes by his ear once more through his memories. Would you have given that evidence away if you could choose again? Why the silence? Has your mind been assimilated by the memories of you dying? I'm assuming this is like Lithos talking, since Lithos is the one that's showing him his memories back. Survivor's guilt. He doesn't even feel like he deserves to live. No. God damn it. The voice sighs mournfully. Hey, when I left medical... Yeah, it was Lithos. Hey, when I left Medical Center 9 to find you, I left some gifts behind on your behalf for those who rejected ascendance. Get back to them before the magic on you is gone, and save those you want to save. Appreciate the gifts of the Ascension Network, and then find me afterward. Oh, it's still Lithos talking. Waking up from his long trip down memory lane, no one can still feel the physical pain from the memories of him dying. Lithos! Hey, Xyz. Hello. I hope you've been doing well. He shouts for the Ascendant, but Lithos is gone, after leaving behind his warning. The medical center. If Lithos was telling the truth, the Medical Center 9 must be in great danger right now. Even though he knows it is likely a trap, no one cannot allow the corrupted to slaughter the people there. I'm sorry. I can't stay here. Oh no. Almost there. I hope it's not too late. How apt. The name is there. Vroom, 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 vroom. Hey, Talbot. Is everyone out here? Because the corrupted arrived earlier than your support. Not safe in the medical center. We have to move. Let me help. Go, Rowan, go. Be the hero from the books you read. That was a little too much on the web. That was the same amount. There we go. Ooh. Where are the others? They took the side path and left. Most of the people who stayed here were severely injured. Many are dead. They are not far from us. I'll watch the entrance. You go and check those injured. Hang in there. I'll take you to the medical center. You attracted the Ascendant here. Put everyone in danger. Blech. Dead. Hey! This construct is dead. It's you. The Ascendant you and Talbot have been waiting for. We'll be here soon. Then, what about the ability to control the corrupted? You can do nothing but get us killed. Bleh. Hey, come here, I need help. My red blade is so cool. What the fuck? Oh god, his health is so low. Alba, don't die. No, I can't see it. Oh, there we go. What is this button? Activate the self-destruction program. Okay. I had to switch camera modes for that. He's getting folded. Oh, oh god. Huh? The corruptor showed no response. Nani? It's not working? No, I went too much with the rev. I didn't realize there was a free thing. What? If this ended his free trial with Cinder powered. Your free trial for ascending powers have ended. Would you like to pay to get the full benefits? I received comms from Lillian. They were corrupted on the path they took as well. If we don't do something, everyone's going to die. Can you do something with your ascended power? Corruption has gone beyond the threshold. Help me. My corruption is gonna... I can't control the power. It's not working. I didn't make contact with the Ascended to get everyone killed. Help me. Bleh. Dead. Zombie. Okay. The young man departs alone, leaving the road paved with the red tide and crimson vital fluid behind. A chilling breeze carries quiet sobbing from a distant alleyway, whispering the tragic tales of the survivors. It will not be long before the red tide floods this place. No one is about to catch up with the retreating groups to check on them before realizing that he might just lead more disasters to the few remaining survivors. In the end, all he can do is leave. He feels an intense pain in his chest. Vital fluid is dripping from the tear from the tear on his frame. To stop the corrupted from going for the wounded, the powerless ascendant gave it his all in that endless battle. His fragile armor broke after receiving several hits, revealing the underlying mechanical structure. No one can feel his internal parts exposed to the air through the gap in his chest. He will not escape the red tide the next time he is attacked. What should he do next? What do you want to be in the future, Noah? In the future? Yeah, a dream or a plan or something. Something you want for yourself. In the future, I want to make manga, telling fantastic, legendary stories. Become one of those down-to-earth, hardworking people. And I want to be a righteous and reliable doctor. Stop causing others trouble and holding them back. Most importantly, I want to change this hopeless world. I want to make sure I can survive on my own, so that I won't let Mom and Rachel down. Seriously? What? If that's the future you want, why do you look so miserable? I can't read that. I suppose they're just difficult to achieve. But no one I know doesn't give up just because something is hard. And what you really want is to become a hero, isn't it? Don't be ridiculous. You always wanted to turn this place around and help everyone. How can you give up on something like this? It's engraved in your soul. It's engraved on my soul? Yeah, it's leaking from your soul through your skin and has written hero on your forehead. I can't even laugh about it. I'm going to ask you again. What do you want to be in the future, Noah? In the future, I want to protect everyone. I want to become a hero. Yes. Goddamn. But a single wrong choice has sent reality down the opposite path. No one cannot even achieve his compromised dreams now. The kid who wanted to become a hero is now a sinner, responsible for hurting innocent people. You're nearby, right? With us? Talbot believed that the power of ascendance could save everyone, even on his dying breath. Just like how Rachel believed her terminal could save no one, letting him rebuild the cargo crew and the rebellion. He did not listen to Rachel and chose to fight on. Because of that, the people's sacrifices were in vain. Their dreams were erased. Is he going to repeat his past mistake? As long as I can change something. He is willing to give up the dream he engraved on his soul. He is even willing to give up his soul and set foot on the path he abhorred. With that thought confronting him, no one enters the dark forest. But what if this path is unalterable as well? The things he has seen, and the lives devoured by the red tide, are plainly declaring their plans to give up the weak through the filtering. Once no one becomes part of them, it seems obvious how much freedom and space he will actually get to act as he wishes. Rachel chose to work with those in power, and she ended up being constrained by them. Much like her, the slightest accident could end up hurting the people he cares about the most and regretting it for the rest of his life. No, that's not what I want. No one can hear a muffled voice somewhere from behind. Ascendant? The voice is asking something anxiously. Ascendant. Whoever has seen the scene of slaughter and how the people were attacked would reasonably suspect that the only person who made it out alive was the culprit. Don't move. Put down. No one is still being pursued. That is why no one must not stop. If his anomaly goes haywire again, he cannot tell if it will fail or get out of control. He does not wish to hurt another person with it. He must hurry. Once he crosses the street lamp ahead, No one will enter the vast darkness ahead, and he will be free to welcome his ending in the unknown land alone. No one should not have stopped, but gunshots replaced the voice behind him, grazing his shoulder and leaving behind 2 lines of blood. The sudden sharp pain pulls no one out of his head and wakes him from his chaotic mind. He finally hears what the voice is saying. "This is your last warning. Stay there." Last warning? "I'll be forced to shoot you if you insist on going to the Ascendants." Does the owner of the voice think no one is one of the deserters? The kanji said, "Because I can do it." Oh, okay, thank you. Fair. He stops running, pulling his already loosened chest armor off. With a soft, self-mocking smile, no one slowly looks up. If that was your last warning, then I ask of you, don't miss next time. All the regrets that have been slumbering in his lost memories merge with the sin he is about to commit, paving the path to the future. His soul has died, having given up his dreams, now awaiting his body to perish along with it. If that is the case, no one sees no fault in entrusting his fate to the duty-bounded executioner. Why do you look so miserable? Because I can't do it. Ah, okay, thank you. What's wrong? Why don't you shoot? Oh, it's me! Are you the construct who lost his memories back in the base? I am. What happened at the medical center? You're asking me? There's no one else here. Do you think I'll tell the truth? I trust my judgment. Our main objective this time is to investigate ascendants and deserters. We received a rescue request during our mission, and we detected ascendant activities in the vicinity. The people in Medical Center 9 told us there was a deserter working with the ascendants. Were they talking about you? Perhaps. Perhaps. The young man nods, detailing his journey to the person before him. You were made by the Ascendants? I was. So this isn't voluntary. I don't think it means I should be forgiven. As long as the anomaly in me can't be kept under control, I could easily hurt others again. To stop that from happening, I believe, what if it can be controlled? That was the idea. I was going to find that Ascendant and seek help regarding how to control this power. No, I'm asking you to go to Babylonia with me. The researchers there can fix your anomaly. Researchers. If you do not wish to hurt the innocent, then stop running and following the Ascendants. You can still choose. I can still choose? You can choose to go with me to Babylonia and live. Or you can choose to die here before you become an Ascendant. Does that count as me still being able to choose? I'm sorry. Those are all the options I can offer. I can't just watch on when another Ascendant is about to be born. Aren't you worried that I'll hurt you or your friends after I come with you? I think you're struggling to even move now. In your state? I trust my team. I think you're struggling to even... Oh, I don't know what to pick. I trust my team. Can I ask you something, Ben? Go ahead. If I go to Babylonia like you asked, will the researchers there fail to do anything about me? I may lose my chance to gain the power to control the punishing virus that Talbot or other deserters of yours had wished for, along with it the ability to help others. Is it still the correct choice if I give up the power to change simply for what I consider righteous? That's not the power to change. That's you giving in. The researcher's momentary setback doesn't mean there won't be any progress. Every perished soul here died to bring change to our hopeless present. Hopelessness that was caused by the punishing virus and the Ascendants. If you wish to become their accomplice in exchange for that power, it's a betrayal and an insult to those who lost their lives. But you already knew that, didn't you? I did. That answer brought me nothing but confusion. It still does, if I'm being honest. Even if he understands it, the old dream that sank his heart like an iceberg refuses to melt. Do you agree with the filtering the Ascendants insisted on? Of course I don't. Even the most ordinary lives are equally powerful. They all deserve the right to live and die freely as they wish. No one should get to make the scale that judges a person's worthiness to live. Then trust that humans have progressed past that. Trust that our progress will lead you to the future you seek, even if it's going to take a while. Didn't your message say that you'd hate to turn down my invitation, after all? Time to keep your word. My message? It takes him a second, but no one remembers leaving behind a note before he left to express his gratitude. At the end of his message, he wrote, I'd hate to turn down your invitation. Once I've regained my memories, I will find you and everyone else who has trusted me to explain who I am. What a time to bring that up. Says I want you to come with me. Hearing that, no one quietly smiles. All right. Even with all his worries and doubts regarding going to Babylonia, no one decides to follow his soul's guidance and chooses one of his few available choices. Go to Babylonia with you. Yes. No one drags his heavily wounded body forward, slowly approaching you. Just as he is about to cross the dimmed street lamp and hold your hands, he feels a sharp pain on his back. Red vital fluid spills from his mouth. No one has to exert himself to turn his scarred shoulder to notice the purple figure behind him. Mythos, you. Why? You. You can't leave me at a time like this. Who are you? Lithos does not answer. Instead, his gaze fixes on you as he hides behind the wounded no one. Grey Raven. You know the Great Raven symbol. You're a human. The Grey Raven. Commandant? Ravenge? Ravenge? Ravenge. That man is dead. Lithos quickly pulls out the short sword he used to stab no one before rushing toward you. Lithos, stop! No one tries to stop Lithos, but his frame is too damaged to function properly. It's a surprise that you're still standing, given how broken you are. Open fire! Pow pow pow. That won't do anything. Well, shit. Lithos easily dodges your shots as if he can predict the trajectories of the bullets. Right as you are about to enter combat with the unknown construct with your delicate flesh and blood, a familiar figure appears out of nowhere, dashing between you and countering the enemy's strike with her blade. Yes! Lithos. His identity, his name, and his character are all known to her. She, therefore, does not hesitate to attack the frail-looking figure unrelentingly, forcing Lithos back with her aggressive strikes. Lucia. For some reason, Lithos looks amazed before being lost in confusion. Wait, you're already... You know who that is, Lucia? I've mentioned him to you, Commandant. He's the Ascendant that Commandant Ravenge connected to. Wait, that's him? That's right. He didn't look like this when I met him back then. Cough. No one laughs dryly, despite the tension and his injury, covering it with his cough. Can he shapeshift like Lamia? I think he just changed his coding. Lucia points at the direction at the decoration on Lithos's neck. His face and his frame are still the same. It was my mistake not making sure you were actually dead before. I wasn't the only person who wasn't actually dead, was I? I remember now. The Lucia became an ascendant in you. Huh. Lucia's so mad over something that didn't even happen to her. I mean, well, it's not like she's doing this out of pure vengeance for what happened to Ravenge and the previous Grey Raven team and stuff. She just has the memories. She has the memories. You were both awakened in the same way. But unlike you, that other me was actually dead. Tell me, why are you here, Lucia? We received a rescue request. I assume the corrupted that trapped those people were your doing. Did you save them? Of course I did. Even the people from the nearby bases came to help. I don't know why you were targeting them, but rest assured, most of them have been treated and safely transferred away. That's fine. I don't need them anymore, now that it's come to this. I'm not going to let you go today, no matter what you're planning. If you're here, then your paper crane is also nearby, isn't it? Huh. You still remember her? Bring it out. I'll take care of both of you at the same time. No. Forgive me, Lucia. I found a way to coexist with humans now. I won't make the mistake I made all those years ago. You found a way? What is it? A secret for now. I'm only searching for companions who can travel this way with me. Once it is complete, I will gladly die. I won't believe you again. Kill me here if you want. I'll still wake up as I did before. So let's not waste time on these meaningless fights. Don't you run away. Lucia dashes forward and strikes. Right before her blade hits Lithos, her vision suddenly becomes a kaleidoscope of lights, images reflecting and refracting as if filtered through a cracked gemstone. With everything distorted, Lucia can't even focus on her sight. The visual module is being interfered with. Open fire! Pow, pow. I told you to stop your meaningless struggle. This is for your own good. Once again, he dodges your bullets easily. This is just a trick in our visual modules. Sleep in the stream I weaved. Dark illusions appear as countless corpses reach out from beneath the earth, their hands dragging and pulling Lucia backward. A giant snake-shaped machine descends from the sky afterward, turning into a giant, immaculate chair and lifting Lithos and Noan. That's the sound of his paper crane. Watch out, Commandant. Relax. I'm not going to hurt you two. I'll see you next time, our new Grey Raven Commandant. No and no! Ooh. Melting away. Lithos' interference has sent Noan back into the void between torment and rebirth. He enters a very long dream, so long that it encompasses his whole life. But that is only an instant in the river of time, lasting but 21 years, in an age that does not seem to end. In the infinite darkness is the sound of blood dripping. The absurd scenery scatters with the ripples, echoing in a fictitious dream. The cries, whispers, and prayers of many form a chain that threatens to tear his soul apart. After an extended struggle, his panicking body eventually stops resisting, and he lets the corpses drag him into the Crimson Sea, or ocean. Same thing. How many times has this process been repeated? To lose his memories before starting with a blank page again. Lithos said 4 times, so this would be essentially, if it goes through, it would be the 5th time. Either Lithos said it's been 4 times, or this is, or something like during the 4th time. making it seem like it's been more than just 4 times. Plop. Fragments of his memories drip down his cheek along the trail of blood, and he hears a voice in his ears. If you wish to become their accomplice in exchange for that power, it's a betrayal and an insult to those who lost their lives. Regret? No, I don't regret anything. What happened after they threw him off the train? His memory is still incomplete. No one? No one? Wake up. Good. You're okay. Field? Where the hell did you go this time? You got cuts and bruises all over you. Mom. How are you doing? Me? No one tries to move his body, only to discover that he is in so much pain he cannot even lift a finger. I told you you should have given Ashlar the evidence. I'm sorry. What do I say to your mother now that you've ended up like this? Why won't you learn how to compromise? Ask people for help if you can't do it yourself. But you're all gone. Who do I ask? Summer, Mom, Rachel, Aunt Hill. What should I do? What should I do? Help me. You'll have to wake up first, no one. Is this a dream? My dream. You're all dead. Will everything get better if I wake up? Looking at you being silly. That part isn't a dream. Her words awake the dreamer like throwing ice water to his face. Basically, she said, nah, we did. His eyes open in the infinite darkness, gasping for air. No one is hit by the excruciating pain in his chest, and he groans in agony. Hey, Doc, he's awake. Lucky bastard. Am I alive? You bet. I saved you. You wouldn't believe your fortune. The rope on you wrapped around like a pillar after it snapped, cushioning your fall before you landed on a pile of snow. And your toy firefly somehow blocked the shot to your chest. You still broke a few ribs from the impact, though. Including your other injuries, you're probably spending the next 3 months in this hospital bed. Why did you save me? The Royals were partially responsible for the risk you took. The leader wanted me to apologize to you on her behalf. She's not able to help you openly for now, and she couldn't bring any change to the lower level all these years despite her wish. The person who started a fire shouldn't die in the cold. This is the least she can do for you. I paid for everything here. Rest up, get better, and wait for her good news. Good news. Leader said she wouldn't let everyone's sacrifice be in vain. What will that do? There was this line from an old poem. Have you heard of it? Earth, the traveler's tavern. Lament, the traveler's song. This is how I understand it. Everything in this world comes to an end eventually. It's pointless to expect something at the end of your journey. The journey is the point. It's up to you what you find in yours. Oh, one more thing. The young construct leans down and whispers in no one's ears. I was in a hurry when I came down to save you. Ashlar might figure out that you're still alive. I told the people in this base that you're just some random innocent stranger lying on the road, and I offered some hush money to make sure the news doesn't get out. Still, watch out for yourself. I've got to head back to the leader now. I'll see you when I see you. See you. No one waves goodbye feebly before falling asleep and dreaming again. He dreams about an endless snowstorm. The ground is covered in blood, and human limbs can be found everywhere. No one is pursued by countless shadowy figures. He tries to escape along a dark, narrow path. Before he knows it, he suddenly falls, landing in a crimson swamp. No one finds himself growing a pair of wings that cannot fly. He struggles, his attempts futile and unsightly. A legion of raging hands grabs his body, dragging him down into the infinite abyss. Being hunted, running away, then falling. The dream keeps repeating itself. No one will often wake up in the middle of the night in a panic, staring at the unfamiliar dark room that houses him. Then he will fall asleep again from the pain of his unhealed wounds, revisiting the haunting nightmare. After he realizes that he is the only person who dies in this dream, he starts to feel blissful about his torture and death in his nightmare. Even a dream of thorns is better than the real world. The line between dream and reality starts to blur in the twilight hours. He has no idea how long this cycle of waking and dreaming has lasted. Having lost everything, he seeks the slightest hint of warmth in his dreams, while allowing his body to be trapped in an extended slumber. Only when he hears a baby crying inside a distant ward and visitors filling the space with the scent of food and sweat does no one feel a warmness in the air. The doctor chuckles while placing a blossoming flower by no one's bed. That is when no one realizes he has wasted a lot of time waiting and withering. How is the train? How long until the good news, the young construct mentioned? He manages to sit on the hospital bed despite his condition and calls faintly for the staff member from the base who is passing by. "Excuse me, is there news about Aslan recently?" "You mean news about the incident?" "Yes." The official story was that it was a man-made disaster. The cargo crew was discontent with the upper levels management and planned a riot. A mole leaked the cargo crew's plan and forced their hand, so they had to blow up the train and cause the whole thing. That's the official story. Yeah. I heard the name of the mole was Assad. He stayed around their chief captain for over a decade to avenge his parents. Guy picked quite the moment to leak their plan and took down the whole cargo crew with them. You got it wrong. The mole's name was Noan. They didn't disclose it publicly, but I heard it from a guy on the cargo crew yesterday, so don't blame the wrong guy. Uh-oh. What if I told you no one was right there? The cargo crew just started recruiting not too long ago. With that many new people in their ranks, I doubt everything you heard from them is accurate. Who cares what the mole was called? What happened to him? Some said he was dead. Some said he lived. If you've heard anything, you can even trade the information for supplies with the guards who are coming. Giggling among themselves, the staff members walk away, leaving no one alone. He wraps his light blanket around himself, mustering any warmth he can gather as he shivers. Opening his eyes, he returns once again to the empty carriage. The lingering light from the dusk coats the scenery outside the window, its presence wavering as the train marches ahead. Everything here is more real than the real world. Have you been lately? Lately? Yeah, you told me it was spring the last time you were here. You said you had gotten better and found a temporary job at the base. So, have you been? Nah. How many times has he had this dream? Any news on the cargo crew? They've been recruiting. Sounds about right. Cargo crew only works when they've got enough people. The cargo crew member who came here said that the situation on the train has gotten better. Is that so? Are you going back then, now that things are better? I can't go back now. Ashlar is still hunting me. There's no place for me on the train. No one lowers his head inside the shaking carriage. The ghosts of his past also fall silent. Did we really make the correct choice? Even if Islam is changing for the better, even if the future we dreamed of will one day come true, what is the point of it when none of you are here anymore? What's the point of me staying here? He questions himself and the phantoms before him. Shouldn't I go find you? You've got something you still need to do, haven't you? What? You haven't found me yet? I'll be waiting for you at City 74, Noah. I gave you the details of the route, right? Summer. What's wrong? Will you tell me if you're really alive? But I've been here the whole time. Except I know that. This is just a dream. Man's fighting his demons, Jesus. Why are you still fiddling with the wound above your eye? It's almost been a year and your wound still hasn't fully healed. You have to stop picking that scab or you'll blind yourself eventually. It's been a year already? Yeah. I think you should see a psychiatrist. You can't keep checking if you're awake this way every time. Something's gonna go wrong eventually. Oh God. He's just been picking at his wound above his eye just to make sure it's not he's in the real world. Not dreaming. Christ. I'm sorry. Is there a reason you came here today? Oh, recruitment asked me to talk to you since we know each other. You've been here for almost a year. She emphasizes again. What's your plan? You can't keep doing odd jobs here and there. 1 year and he's still got bandaged eye. Got a bandaged eye. The money from the young construct allowed Noah to recover in the base for half a year. After his wounds healed, Noah started performing random chores for the base like a bumblebee. He looked after the greenhouse, cleaned the streets, fixed the roofs, and even traveled beyond the base to scavenge for useful parts from broken machines. As long as the job did not demand precision and skill, no one would complete it on time, no matter how foul the work was. Still, don't you think that kid is weird? When did he show up? I don't remember either. He's one of the doctor's patients, I think. Started helping out after he recovered. Helping out? Sure. This kid does most of the chores for nothing but rations. So guess what happened to old John? He got rejected again. He's going to die out there if he can't find a base with the work he can do. What can you do about it? The boss likes the kid and says he does 4 people's worth of work on one is lonesome. Recruitment can't hire more people even if they want to. What do you expect? I wouldn't hire out some old man if I could have a hardworking lad working for me. Isn't the cargo crew recruiting as well? Kid could have tried to work on the train even if he didn't have any professional skills. Maybe escorting cargo is too dangerous for his days? Tch, what a coward. We have some positions available for full-time employment, but those are all senior roles. You're too young to be working these odd jobs, like those desperate elderly folks. You've got choices. Let me take a drink of water here. That construct back then just said he ran into you on his way when the train didn't have a place for more wounded, but he never said anything about what would happen afterward. Is it possible for you to return? I'm not trying to kick you out. Just wondering if you have better plans. Of course, you can stay here if you don't. I know. Thank you, Doc. Have you thought about where to go? I have. I'll be leaving tomorrow. That quickly. You're not pushing yourself too hard or doing it out of spite, are you? I'm not. Don't worry. In that case, don't forget to get your pay for the last 6 months at recruitment tomorrow. At least get some food for the road. And stop picking your scab no matter where you go. You hear me? Got it, Doc. Thanks. He's a broken lad. No one takes his heavy backpack the next day, setting off on his own as the people from the base watch on. He soon joins the scavengers, traveling back and forth between cities and slowly heading towards City 74, where Field disappeared. There, one day, as the winter snow melts again and the weather gets warmer, no one runs into a familiar figure in an empty alleyway unexpectedly. So, you're still alive, huh? Don't you remember? This is the second time we met. It's been too long. I heard about what happened on the train. Foiled by a mole, huh? Didn't see that coming. I suppose losing was inevitable when you guys were forced to fight before you were prepared. I think Ashlar is still searching for the surviving core members. Judging from the way you look, I guess you aren't going back anytime soon, are you? He cannot go back, indeed. What about you? Why aren't you at the base, Beth? Don't call me that. There is immediately a scowl on her face. That old bastard. Beth lied to me about being my grandfather all these years. Mr. Beth isn't your grandfather? And you two did look similar. Shut up. I have nothing to do with Beth anymore. I never should have. Don't call me by that name again. Bella. What happened? I don't want to talk about it. Either way, I can't go back now, and that base doesn't concern me anymore. Where are you going, then? I'm going to find my mother. I just found out that she's still alive. She escaped the old bastard when I was very young, so I don't know where she is right now. What about you? Where are you heading? City 74. On foot? You're properly mad, aren't you? How long will that take? 1 or 2 years, I suppose. Forget it. Not that there's something better to do. You want to go together? I'm only searching for my mother on the way after all. Safety in numbers and all that. Oh, right. I never asked your name. You were doing business with the cargo crew, and you don't know my name? They only ever called you Captain, Four Eyes, Googly, or Rachel's boy. When did anyone call me Googly? How could I remember what you were called when there were so many people and nicknames in the cargo crew? The only thing I remember is the names of the culprits from the official report. Assad, Barbara, Noan, and Rachel herself. Is one of those names yours? I'm Barbara. I don't have a name. Even the canon fodders in games have a name like Slime or something. True. Why wouldn't you have a name? You can call me Slime then. People only throw their names away when they want to forget their past. Are you one of these people? Bella sighs, realizing that she is also talking about herself. You shouldn't forget it. Even if what happened on the train took away everything, you shouldn't let go of the memories of them. Memories. I know they've been calling you a monster, Noan, but a monster doesn't have to be horrifying or doomed. You might not be able to get rid of that label, but still. I hope you grow up to be just like Shrek and live happily ever after. What about Shrek? My mom used to call me Shrek. Sure. Bella can tell he's hiding something, but she does not press any further. She also has her own secrets she wants to keep hidden. Right. I've got something I need your help with. One of them has buried his past and future underneath one horrible winter, now an empty shell and a walking dead. The other has furiously hidden the shame of being lied to for 24 years, unwilling to let it be brought up. Two people and their secrets begin their journey to City 74. Don't you think you've gone too far? On the 25th day after they started traveling together, the apathetic soul realizes he may still be able to feel anger. What? I'm trying to arrive at City 74, not spending the last 25 days drawing a portrait of your mom from your memories. I need to find her, but I don't have a photo of her. Getting you to draw a picture of her sounds like a solid plan to me. And you owed me one, remember? I haven't practiced drawing since I joined the cargo crew. There's no way I can satisfy your unreasonable demands. I'm just asking you to raise her eyebrows. You asked me to move them lower 5 minutes ago. Can't you make them a little bit higher while you make them a little bit lower? Why is it so hard for you to understand what I'm describing? Noan takes a deep breath before adjusting the eyebrows with his pen once again. What about now? It still doesn't feel right. Forget the brows for now. Can you make her eyes look a little to the left and a little to the right? How does that make any sense? I remember that her hair was gentle and bountiful like ripened grapevines. And her gaze was shimmering like ripples on a lake. Noan takes another deep breath. Who told you I could draw? Rachel. Have you considered that she might be joking, and I have no idea how to even hold a pen? It's not possible. She had a drawing you made when you were young in her bag. And where did you learn to describe a face this way? Bella waves the book in her hand. It is a collection of essays about the author's reflection on life, and the first chapter is filled with passages that depicted the beauty of the female lead character. Her eyes were like apples kissed by gunpowder, reflecting the dusk that the abandoned swan missed. That's an interesting line. The solitude captured inside Mona Lisa's frame painted the colors of her fingertips. No one slams the book shut and politely returns it to Bella. I think my mom was right about compromising on things you're powerless to do. I've decided to give up on drawing starting today. I will not fantasize about making a living out of it anymore. Are you always this agonized when you create? Or is it just because you haven't practiced enough? I am always like this. Hey, well, no. You still owe me one. And Rachel said that she wanted you to keep drawing after you left the cargo crow, didn't she? I'm giving you the tools to fulfill your dreams. Keep practicing. Hard work beats talent any day. I'm sure you can do it. So, change those brows. It takes Noah 50 days before he finally completes the first picture Bella is happy with. I told you can do it. I would have gone here sooner if you had set a wider gap between the eyes and naturally curly hair, instead of make her eyes look to the left and right. And her hair was like ripened grapevines. What's wrong with that? I find your inner life much richer than before, unlike the Walking Dead that you were when I first ran into you. You did a good job reviving me by making me roll over my grave. He puts down his pen and stretches his sore fingers. Stop complaining. Keep an open mind. Let's go. Bella waves her hand with great panache, and making her way toward the place they agreed upon 50 days ago. Once a journey begins, time becomes a whirlwind passing by. The two of them join the scavengers, searching for supplies and information with their skills while helping each other on the way. The painful memories from their past have been neatly tucked away within them, becoming secrets they never speak of. Not that they speak with each other often. They only talk when absolutely necessary. They only start chatting again when the next winter comes, and they start talking about books they have read. One of them loves manga, while the other loves self-help books, so their interests barely overlap. Still, they only start talking because of books. Time passes, and the teenager Bella thought was awaiting his growth spurt has grown to the size of a young man. Only one thing has not changed. His nightmares still haunt him, and he will not stop picking his scab. To keep his wound from getting infected, Bella has found a pair of windproof goggles with corrective lens to replace Noah's shattered glasses. She chuckles when she sees him trying to scratch through the goggles. Have you seen those cone-shaped collars people put on their pets to keep them from licking their injuries? Do your self-help books teach you how to not sound like a jerk? Bella means well, but Noah has since started to avoid sleeping, after losing his way to separate dreams from reality. He is afraid of losing himself once again in his old dreams. Worried, Noah often sits all night by himself until the sun rises. Lacking sleep, he starts struggling with their journey during the day after a while. After seeing Noah pass out once during their travel, Bella has to start making sure he sleeps. I wasn't expecting to be a mother this young. Could you take better care of yourself? You're free to let me be. Look, I'm not as good as an ex-cargo captain when it comes to handling troubles on the road, alright? Do you know how much harder it is for me to survive if you drop dead now? No one does not want to worry her, but he still struggles to sleep normally, so he ends up learning to pretend to snore. He can only confront the long night peacefully if Bella is calmly asleep. The tiring journey continues for a long time. When they come across many ruins during countless sunsets, searching for the signs of life in dark, empty alleyways. When the fireflies take flight in the forest on a summer night, no one remembers an old melody he has repressed deep inside. Only then does he learn to use his mechanical firefly to anchor himself to reality, and he finally finds respite from this prolonged torment. Firefly. When the sprouts begin to cover the wilderness as spring arrives, Bella finally finds the news she has been searching for before they are about to reach City 74. I've seen that person before. Me? Must be 4 years ago. It was raining and she was holding an injured child, trying to convince the staff in the conservation area to take her kid. It's hard to forget something like that. A child? Yeah, a 3-year-old boy she says she saved on her way. Unfortunately, the kid had a fever and passed away that night. Do you know what her name is and where she is now? Her name... I can try the old records. I seem to recall her putting her name down as the kid's sole guardian. Here we go. Elena Bella. It was the September of 4 years ago. She was a member of Bumblebee. Elena Bella. Her name. It has to be her. A Bumblebee from 4 years ago. Where is she now? Who knows? Bumblebees are rare nowadays. The effect of that incident is quite long-lasting, isn't it? It's fine, to be honest. There are still a lot of folks on the train, and Jamila made sure to give everyone rations ever since she took over. People are still pretty hungry, but no one's dead. A cargo crew member sitting on the side suddenly interrupts them. How many died back then? Thousands, maybe. Tens of thousands, according to some. No one gives the same answer since most who witnessed the incident didn't live to tell the tale. It wasn't easy to rebuild the cargo crew. Boss loves to say we should focus on the future. Boss? Who's in charge of the cargo crew now? Nino. Nino? He's still alive? But wasn't Ashlar hunting down the core members of the cargo crew after the incident? How did Nino get to be in charge? Bella asks what no one cannot ask. He lives! My god. Because Jamila is calling the shots now, and Nino didn't really have anything to do with the mole. He was protecting the people in the back carriages at the end, so Ashlar hasn't managed to get anything on him. Jamila is calling the shots now. What happened? Babylonia's bases on the surface slowly became reluctant to work with Ashlar since the incident, and many aristocrats who were supporting him started to distance themselves over the last few years. Yeah, that's what you get, Ashlar. Why? Rumor has it that he has sent assassins to remove the aristocrats that refuse to follow his orders, and he even blamed their deaths on the cargo crew. For real? I heard the cargo crew was responsible. Either way, his barbaric deeds were gradually exposed, and anyone with half a brain knew to stay away from him. The only ones still under his control are the ones who have leverage on him. The bastard doesn't care who he hurts anymore. He went after the maintenance crew not too long ago. The frickin' maintenance crew! Only a girl named Sophia survived and became a consort. That bastard is going to get thrown off as speeding a slalom one day. Anyway, things are better than they were. Perhaps if the old cargo crew waited, they could live to see Ashlar's downfall, and no one needed to die. It wasn't worth getting so many killed. Are you done with your bullshit? Do you think Ashlar could have fallen this far without their sacrifices? What are you talking about? Didn't they fail? Sure, but does that make what they did meaningless? What could be the point of their failures? Ashlar had the people and the guns back then. He even had those orb-shaped military mechanoids that could defeat a construct. Who would dare to challenge him? If it weren't for the cargo crew and Bumblebee dismantling Ashlar's shining armor with their lives, he wouldn't have fallen as far as he has now. Would you have done anything if someone had a gun to your head, even if you knew there was some villainous bastard? I never wanted to discuss this sort of thing with you guys, but you were seriously pissing me off. Where do you think your freedom comes from, if not on the top of their dead bodies? I was just a kid from the lower level when everything went down back then. I didn't join the cargo crew or the fight. I did see the corpses and blood that paved the carriages. I still dream about that day even now. There's no forgetting it. You lot love to complain about Ashlar and his anti-royalists nowadays, but guess what? They were so much worse back then. Their guards would murder people in broad daylight. Do you know why Babylonia refused to work with Ashlar? Do you know how his dirty deeds got exposed? It was the evidence a core member presented that tore down his empire bit by bit. That terminal might have been broken back then, delaying the trial for a few years. But the bill comes due. It didn't get better over time, naturally. People had to pave that road with their corpses. You should have called them blah, blah, heroes. Not wondering if their sacrifices were worth it. How many of the old cargo crew remain? Those people are either dead, hiding for Ashlar, or blamed for crimes they didn't commit. Do you think surviving that ordeal is any better? I remember seeing Captain Nino the last time I looked for him. He was sitting in the dark behind his desk with a half-knitted sweater in his hands. God knows what he was thinking. As long as Ashlar remains on the train and the punishing virus threatens our home, the duty that the old cargo crew and Bumblebee passed to us is not complete. We're a long way away from victory. No sacrifices are in vain. I'm sorry, Cap. I wasn't thinking. Alright, did you get it out of your system? These kids have no idea about what happened in the past. It's good enough that they're listening to you. By the way, I heard that Ashlar was recruiting people with his blessing boxes again a few days ago. He was searching for something called Ascendance? Something about being immune? How do you know about that? You guys were talking pretty loudly. Ascendance. Ashlar has been preaching about them. You have no idea where you learned it from. Huh. You didn't shut up about the Ascendance when the heterozygote fell on the train a couple days ago. Who knows what his agenda is? Heterozygote? Yeah, it was a giant monster that fell from the sky. Super dangerous. What happened to it? It was destroyed. Babylonia sent some folks down to smash it. After chapter 10. Yep. After the heterozygote stuff. Ashlar certainly made a clown of himself that day. How so? He was scheming, hoping to make a fuss about the heterozygote and the rumored Ascendance. And Sophia, the caustic little girl, stepped up and said she'd make a world that wouldn't need the train or Babylonia anymore, even when she had no idea how to do it yet. What happened next? People were genuinely moved by her words. Oh, excuse me. Anything she said made more sense than Ashlar's crap. Hearing that, all the staff from the conservation area laughed. Stop speaking of things you don't know. Who can say how much of those people have planned ahead of time? I was just enjoying the fact that Ashlar finally fell flat on his face. Have you heard of the tale calling a deer a horse? See? You hear that, Shrek? No one? It all worked out in the end. It only took them like 3 years. After acquiring the precise details, the two of them make their way to City 74 overnight, arriving before the train reaches the station in the city. I can't believe she's on the train, but then it makes sense, doesn't it? Where else would someone without a home go? Not to mention that she had to hide from that old bastard Beth. Islam would be her only choice. Bella holds the creased portrait in her hand, staring at the empty station in silence. You and Rachel asked me to join the cargo crew back then. Would I have found her sooner if I agreed? There's no way to go back in time, so stop wasting time regretting. Let's figure out how to find her as quickly as we can when we board the train later. Anxiously, Bella clenches her fist. They stand there, silently, waiting for the signal for the train's approach starts blinking. Hope you find what you're looking for. Do you want me to ask around for you? The train isn't going to stay for long, so prioritize your search first, unless you're planning to leave with it. No one waves and starts heading out. Where are you going? I'm taking a walk. If you come back, we'll meet at base South 3 in City 74. No, jeez, sorry. Excuse me. Leaving the station, no one hurriedly traverses the ruined landscape, entering the forest coated in mist and the morning light. He can feel a hint of warmth in the wind. No one looks up to find his surrounding brimming with greenery. He has returned to City 74, 7 years after Field disappeared. No one was looking for Field when the cargo crew's rebellion started, but his missions kept getting in the way. Even when he had the chance to come to City 74, he could not find anything. No one is more or less aware of a certain possibility, having read Rachel's terminal during his time in the cell. Still, he follows the route Rachel marked and treads the cargo crew's trail from several years ago. This is not the first time no one walks this road. He was in City 74 during his first year on the cargo crew. He wanted to sneak away in the dark to look for Field that night. But Rachel found out. I know what you're trying to do, but we still have a mission tomorrow morning. Oh, man, the yawns are coming in now. I won't delay you. I won't let you delay our schedule. You can head out first without me. And let the corrupted here tear you apart? Do you really think you're capable of operating on your own already? Maybe I can't, but I won't compromise on this. Staying it together doesn't make it any safer. Just look at Bancroft. He wouldn't have kept losing his cargo and disappeared if people weren't ignoring him. I'm sorry. Was I wrong? Have you always felt that way? Yes. Ever since Field disappeared. A lot of people helped you look for him that night. A lot. No, it wasn't true. Most people chose to ignore it. I'm grateful for everyone who chose to help that day, but I will never forgive. Slap. The slap in the face was followed by a punch. Jeez, sending no one backward onto a tree. It was a slap and then a punch. Goddamn, double whammy. I can let you look for him. I can even let you leave the cargo crew so you can stay away from us, the people you won't forgive and trust. But don't you forget the real reason Field and Bancroft disappeared. Don't you forget why Julie died. Do you want to go on such a futile hunt while ignoring the root of the problem? If he's alive, he'll have a life of his own by now, and he won't need your sympathy. If he's dead, what's the point of finding him? I just want to know his whereabouts. Now's not the time. What are you going to do when you find him? Apologize to him and then sneak back? No one. Stop arguing with Rachel. Come with me. Before he knows it, no one is already deep in the forest. Captain Shauna. If he had not listened to Shauna back then, he certainly would have kept going with resentment and a wall around him. You don't have to forgive them if you don't want to. Sorry? People are complicated. You can't expect everyone to be equally virtuous, can you? Disagreement between us is nothing new. We all have a line we don't cross, and we've all done things that cross others. But I want you to understand that most people on the lower levels stick together for one goal. If you give up on that goal and other people because you can't forgive them, you'll just become that lonesome orphaned child once more. What's the difference between that and abandoning what Field left you? Do you remember him? No one nodded. Would you hate her just because she didn't help you when you got into a fight? No one shook his head. We're just people. We're all flawed in our own ways. Growing up means you have to learn to accept that people aren't perfect. Unity and diversity. Is that so? Smart kid. Captain Shauna. Do you trust Captain Rachel? You little punk. Giving me a taste of my own medicine? I've heard some stories. I don't know if they're true or not. I trust that part of her that can be trusted. Do you understand what I mean? To trust Captain Rachel's dedication to her dream? The dream we all share? Attaboy. Her dedication to overthrowing the upper level is genuine. I can count on that, despite her imperfections. I see. Shauna was always the opposite of Rachel in no one's eyes. Rachel always focused on the parts of a person that she could question, while Shauna always found the parts she could trust. No one learned a lot in the years he grew up around them. Eventually, his favorite shape of himself took form. You have both left me such gifts and such regrets. However you put it, isn't the expiration date of this regret of yours a bit too far away? Don't you want to move on sooner? Not the worst thing to have something to remember. Sometimes you need people or things you care about to anchor you, or you break. Sounds like you're speaking from personal experience. What do you expect? For real? I won't understand why you'd want your past to haunt you. Isn't it easier to let go? How can you determine the road ahead without the experience of your past? Just keep the experience then. Stop talking nonsense. How do you get experience without experiencing things? How much can you learn by listening to people's stories without getting your hands dirty? Even a vaccine requires a needle through your skin. Look at how history repeats itself. Once the painful memories left the people's lives, they'd make the same mistake again. So, don't forget your scars. That was what you meant when you said rotten grass brings about fireflies, wasn't it? Yeah, dead weeds bear new lives, and while the sky might be dark now, the burning field will light it all up all the same. Life and death are a tangled spiral. You can only follow the light from the fireflies after you accept the sorrow death brings. All these things that all of you left behind, your regrets, your hatred, your innovations, your dreams. I want to bring them all with me. These memories have shown me a way forward. The midday sun slowly retreats behind dark clouds, bringing forth the smell of rain. Ooh, I like the smell of rain. No one stares at the other end of the field. Countless weeds and wildflowers have grown from here to there, wavering in the wind. Are you here? No one enters the field, searching for any trace of the past, and the time frozen in his memories begins to flow again. Right now, it is 1:01 a.m., 3:37 p.m., 1:02 a.m. A truck drove through this place in the dark 7 years ago, long before it was covered with wild grass. This isn't the way to the base, is it? That road was blocked by some collapsed ruins. We had to go around it. Alright, I'll move up first then. At the same time, Field was hiding inside a crate, holding onto his crane nervously. 1:56 p.m. No one is not surprised to find shattered bones underneath the surface. Death is not a rare sight to this ravaged land. The dead are buried in the soil, turning into nutrients for the vegetation. The vegetation in return feeds the birds, the beasts, and maybe the starving passerby. Summer. No one calls helplessly, searching between the withered trees and the crumbled rocks. 1:21 a.m. Wandering corrupted rush toward the end of the convoy, knocking over one of the trucks. We have to stop. Protect the attacked truck. We can't. There are too many corrupted. We have to get out first. We can't lose more cargo. Bancroft hit the brake, stopping the truck on the damp earth before leading his team of cargo crew towards the enemy, destroying their cargo in a hurry. do. Let's go help them. It's 2:31 p.m. No one stops in front of a disturbed field. The signs of battle remain despite all these years. You can see broken blades, empty shells, and remains of countless corrupted. He knows that he will need to say goodbye if he keeps going. Is that really a good idea? He asks himself. He has been fooling himself on this journey. He could only keep going if he believed his friend was still alive. If Field really is dead, where should no one go next, having lost everything? 1:44 a.m. The battle lasted 20 minutes, but it feels like a lifetime. Rachel was right. Stopping here only caused more trucks to be attacked. Gunshots and howls filled the air as another truck was knocked over by a bionic mechanoid. The little cry inside the cargo, in comparison, was almost inaudible. To draw the crowded away, Rachel ordered the colony to retreat. After the battle was over, several squads were about to turn around and retrieve the cargo. That was when Rachel noticed a barely breathing figure buried beneath the heavy crates. It was lit by the pale moonlight. It was 10 minutes before Bancroft had arrived. To hide her mistake, Rachel made a cruel choice. 3:16. Day and night slowly aligning across time. When Field woke up in the abandoned orchid, all he could find was darkness and roaming corrupted. He wanted to cry for help, but his echo was all he could hear. He wanted to run away, but his body slowly faded. When he fainted to feel the temperature of his blood with his hands, Field lay next to a small sapling, smiling gently at the cloud-covered sky. Goodbye, Nolan. After that brief farewell, time forever stopped for him. 3:16 p.m. Nolan follows the old tracks and goes over a small hill, finding a desecrated orchid before him. Most trees here have wilted, while the rest have been chopped down. Only one tree remains on the border, its snowy flowers blossoming. Nolan takes off his goggles as one of the flowers floats toward him in the air. "7 years is enough for a person to be completely gone. Only a few pieces of fabric linger on its branches, rattling in the wind inside the quiet orchard. The patterns on them look familiar to Field's scarf. How he wishes that the scarf was the only thing left behind in this place, and Field was still laughing somewhere else. But this is the end of his dream. He can no longer fool himself. Pear blossoms. The dead has rotted and is reborn into a new life. Regretful it may be, life eventually finds a way back to the real world. Is this tree alive? Because of you? A slum has been freed from its oppressors. Will that make you smile? He asks the silent earth. The earth does not answer. Have I found you? Oh, a light breeze blows past the waving branches, sending a few petals into Nolan's palm. He has like a slight smile going on. No one knows that it's just his wishful thinking, but he still carefully holds the petals in his palm, accepting the pear blossoms as an answer. It's been too long, Summer. I finally have the courage to face the truth. I'm finally brave enough to say goodbye. The corners of his mouth have not been raised for a very long time. Staring at the white petals in his palm, no one forces himself to smile. Thank you. Thank you. He keeps repeating it, as if trying to atone for the sorrow he feels. He would still be a lonely child by Rachel's side if it were not for Field. Unaccepted by the people around him, he would still be haunted by a pain he did not understand when his mother died and angry at the world for its indifference. Field caused many gentle changes in Nolan. Those changes eventually separated them forever. Now that they are reunited, Field's body has already been taken by the earth and is reborn into a new life. His soul, meanwhile, continues to live in the memories of his old friend. The memories in the firefly you left me guide me to this day, showing me the path in the dark. I finally understand that death doesn't take away the meaning of what once was. You are just transformed, living on in another way. You are the light that casts away the darkness, the fire that melts the snow, the train that moves forward, and the reason I still live. Thank you, Summer. He thanks the earth, and the pear blossoms once again. And goodbye. Breaking free. It's like not 3 more combat nodes to fully clear it. It is the afternoon of the following day when Bella enters Base South 3. No one is looking down at the manga in his hands, reading silently. The only thing different from before is that he is using a pear blossom as the bookmark. I thought you were taking a walk. You went to pick flowers? Kind of. Hard to find a pear tree these days. Any news? Yeah. She sits across Nolan with a solemn expression. She died 3 years ago. She got ill. Didn't even live to see the rebellion. She left this journal before she died and gave her possessions to a friend. Bella waves the thin booklet in her hand. She kept believing that things would get better after the rebellion won. There would be schools on the lower level, people wouldn't have to fight for food or the bathroom, and then she would be brave enough to find me. What do you think? Has her dream come true? Or has everything gone to shit? She struggles to hold back her tears. Don't you cry. Tears are useless. You can't save anyone. Don't repeat what my mom would say. And aren't you the one crying? He is sobbing too. So what if I repeat her words? That just proves that it's a universal truth passed down from generation to generation. Just because it's passed down from our elders doesn't mean it's true. A lot of their ideas are outdated. It's still better than those fantasies you won't stop reading. Ordinary folks will never become the all-powerful heroes in your Cardman Rider books. Cardman Riders aren't all power. Their stories are captivating only because they struggle to. They both look up and frown, their grief suppressed again. The real world isn't like your story. You don't always stand back up after we fall. So you do realize that? I thought you were all adversity builds character, like your books. Adversity is always destructive. I'm just willing to believe that it can make me a better person. That's just wishful thinking you use to make yourself feel better. Nothing wrong with making yourself feel better. People aren't supposed to stay stuck. You smiled so freely when I first met you. Look at your face now. Stuck, see? Surely someone who never smiles doesn't get to say that about me. Bella sneers. What happened on the train that day that made you this way? Haven't you been listening to what people are saying? Those were their stories, not yours. Shrek isn't your real name, is it? Doesn't matter. Obviously. A name represents a person's past and present. Some past is just trouble. I don't want to explain and justify myself wherever I go. If that still bothers you, then you haven't made peace with your past. I couldn't bring them back, even if I made peace. Haven't you also hidden many things from me? You never asked? Will you answer if I ask now? No. Me neither. Doesn't it bother you when partners don't communicate with each other? What's wrong with the way we were? We could talk about our books. Would that have gotten anything through your thick skull? You have to learn to move past your regrets. The same goes for you, I reckon. I need time. Sure, so do I. As their conversation comes to an impasse, Bella changes the subject. her brows furrowed. Will you go back to Aslam? And do what? Fair. As long as Ashlar and his people are there, there's no way you can return. Do you want to keep going with me then? Where will you go? I'm planning to stay here for a while before deciding where to go next. It can't be anything worse out there, after all. Can I offer you a new blessed name in this trying time? That won't be necessary. I've seen the worst life has to offer. This is as bad as it gets. Things can only go up from here. I don't know about that. You could have known how bad things could get. You didn't take a disaster, just some other scavengers like us that we didn't watch out for. Then you were gone. Thank you, Bella. I should have said that sooner. You found me when I was completely lost, and you helped me along the way. You can be quite annoying sometimes, and I suppose there's blame to share. Had I not met you, I wouldn't be standing here, safe and sound. So, thank you. I'm sorry. I never told you my story. Spring will return. Your favorite flowers will bloom again. Only when you told me that did I realize. I never got to tell you how I got the pear blossoms in my books. We were always hiding our past, so we could only talk about the books we loved. You might have become a merchant for the Forsaken like I did, if you had survived. Who knows? Maybe eventually we could be honest with each other and become real friends. It's too late for any of that, isn't it? Mom, Captain Rachel, Field, Shauna, Nino, Wayland, Ed, Aunt Hill. Everyone I cared for on the train is gone. Will you go back to Aslam? The Phantom keeps repeating Bella's words at random. The young man is not bothered and instead starts chatting with the familiar voice. There's no reason to return anymore. I ran into Mike at a Forsaken base a few months ago. He told me Nino had passed too. He said, Nino's old injuries had long-lasting complications in the first place. He was eating less and less in the last few years. And last month he fell asleep one night and never woke up. He knew that you survived, and he heard I was preparing to leave Akelek, so he asked me to give you back your things. He said no one on the train was going to keep an eye on your things after he was gone. Mike took out a familiar backpack filled with things no one left behind. The short sword no one used, the weapon designs Rachel gave him, Field's journal, and a manga with a bookmark resting between the pages. I was going to bring you a piece of candy, but I lost on my way here. Candy? You gave my niece her candy on your 11th birthday, didn't you? That was so long ago. I asked him about Aslam, and that was when I found out Ashlar was gone for good. A lot of things are getting better there. Perhaps a school will show up on the lower level in a few years, like your mother wished. He said our sacrifices weren't in vain. He turns around, patting the border collie by his side, deep in thought. So he decided to leave Akelek, started a new journey. So have I. After you were gone, I started to teach myself how to perform surgery. There is a lot I don't understand, but whatever I can do, I want to give it my all. I want to stay with other people and contribute like I did. Eventually, I had an arrangement with the Forsaken and became one of their merchants. But the red tide flooded the cities again after the disaster at Pulia Forest Park ruins, and it took so many lives. He stared at the projected phantom and the red tide in pauses. They never stopped fighting, no matter how hopeless it was, even if it cost their lives. The way they fought reminded me of the people on the train. I was still confused about what came out of my choices in our rebellion after I left Islam. What is the point of it when none of you are here anymore, even if our dream has come true? Only when I saw those who would die defending the people from this calamity did I realize I wasn't right not to give Ashlar the terminal that day. I would have betrayed them if I had compromised. Their sacrifices would have been in vain. Spring will come, like you said. Winter does not take, or some would light fires with their souls. No one looks up and chuckles wildly. Someone dies with defending against this disaster every second. They build a dam with their lives to keep the flood out. I would have made the same choices I did if I was in the same situation, wouldn't I? Not because I've decided to give up the possibility they gave me. I'm just making the same choice they did. I'm passing this ticket to the future to someone else. Goodbye, Bella. I have to take matches to the Forsaken base. They're still waiting for these serums. I'm glad I got to hear your voice again. But I hope this is the last time I run into the red tide. Yes, I remember it now. Conservation Area 45, Grey Raven, the unconscious Commandant. I've met them before. I did make the same choice when I returned to the train with the Forsaken. The young construct didn't yet recognize me, but Jamila did. I don't regret anything. I've received many gifts from many people in my life. Therefore, I'm willing to sacrifice everything I have in exchange for other people's futures. I am loved, and I love them. Our deaths and decays are not meaningless. They are the cinders that light up the night. They may only be as bright as fireflies, but small and frail as their flames may be, they are enough to light a fuse. All possibilities stem from a Big Bang, after all. No one slowly opens his eyes, having found his answer during his slumber. Despite the scars all over his body, and the constraint that makes him hard to move, all his memories are back, and he is no longer lost. It's all about acceptance. Recalibrating visual module, 58.21%. Frame damage, 41, blah, 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 blah. It seems part of the frame has been repaired. What is this place? This place looks so familiar. Lithos always brought me here before I lost my memories. It should be one of Lithos' strongholds. Wait, I didn't lose memory this time. Maybe Lithos didn't get the chance to. Or was there something else going on? It's going by so quick. Now, get out of here ASAP. Go, no one. There's like very slight noise. Oh. No, the music. Revelation? Reboot complete. Oh, you bastard. You should not wake up at this moment. Dos. Messenger, take care of the squad. No time for you. The squad? What are you going to do? Don't worry, just stay here. Pull the character down there, I can only go up. Let you get away. Oh god. Watch out for mind corruption. Whoa. What the fuck? See ya. Oh. Completely crush your mind this time. I won't let you get what you want every time. The retrieve of the fight against God, it's going by so quick I can't read it. Oh, that was really short. Ooh. Old Cradle Dream.
ガラスのゆりかごで眠ろう。
眠ろう。
幸せな夢を作ってあげるから。
だが、目覚める方法はもう知っている。
ごめんなさい。一人で閉じ込められて寂しかったよね。友達。
大丈夫だ。これはベストコンビだ。大丈夫だ。彼らの罪を清算しよう。
いい子にしてて。これはあなたのため。
That sound effect is so loud.
換気ダクトと本棚はベストコンビだよ。開けたら脱出できる。これはベストコンビだ。
あなたが攻撃されるのをもう見たくない。あなたを守りたかったの。
彼らの罪を清算しよう。極寒の中、断春が咲き誇る。
行かないで。ここを離れないで。
Break the barrier.
夜も遅いから寝よう。
Oh, what the heck?
ここに残ろう。
夜を切り裂こう。
Oh, this camera angle is so weird.
大丈夫だ。夜を切り裂こう。
There's a lot of red
大
there.
丈夫だ。夜を切り裂こう。
Okay.
夜を切り裂こう。これはベストコンビだ。
No.
悪い子にはお仕置きだ。
Cool. Cool. Last one. Last combat one. Old Dream Inscription. Whoa.
あの日、あなたは恩師を裏切った。彼女の犠牲を無駄にした。
ああ。でも彼女は見習うなだとさ。
じゃあ僕のことはあなたを救ってずっと と見守っている僕のことも裏切るの？
彼らの罪を清算しよう。これはベストコンビだ。大丈夫だ。彼らの罪を清算しよう。これはベストコンビだ。
Ah, wait.
極寒の中、弾春が咲き誇る。大丈夫だ。
Oh shit.
あなたの人生はいつも無力感に。
大丈夫だ。
Oh, what the heck? Do I just keep
あ
dodging
なた
them?
の人生はいつも無力感に追われて逃げているの。
大丈夫だ。
What? How am I supposed to outrun that?
あなたの人生は
Whoa, why
い
is
つ
my
も
大丈夫だ。
I couldn't turn. What the heck?
あなたの人生はいつも無力感に追われて逃げているの。
Ah.
僕のプレゼントを拒んではダメ。
ならいいものをくれよ。これはベストコンビだ。大丈夫だ。
Okay, that laser part right there was pretty jank.
大丈夫だ。
Oh, that hit me? What?
大丈夫
Oh
だ。
shit.
彼らの罪を清算しよう。大丈夫だ。
Oh, what?
大丈夫だ。
Oh my god. There we go.
極寒の中、弾春が咲き誇る。
Oh, please don't make me do that chase thing again. Oh god, it's gonna make me do it, isn't it? Shit.
いつまで逃げれば自分の罪と向き合えるの。
Oh,
大丈夫だ。
oh my god, it's so...
いつまで
I'm
逃げれ
moving
ば
in this way with
自分の
dodging
罪
too,
と
it's
向
just
き合
not
えるの。
great. Okay, there we go.
もう逃げ場はないよ。ここには僕しかいない。僕と
夜を切り裂こう。まだ倒れるわけには。
I missed. Pay price by forbidden traffic.
これはベストコンビだ。
For real. Jesus.
夜を切り裂こう。ごめん、君を一人にしてしまって。これはベストコンビだ。
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. So.
極寒の中、弾春が咲き誇
Signal
る。
Life Phantom.
大丈夫だ。
Still hit me, okay.
夜を切り裂こ
I need
う。
to take
彼ら
this
の
with
罪を
this
清
scrubbing.
算し
There
よ
we
う。極寒の中断春が咲き誇る。夜を切り裂こ
go. Wake up from your dream. Oh. Oh. It's really just the running away from the laser part
過
that
去
was
の
like,
記憶の中で
that felt janky
永
for me.
遠に永遠にさまよう。
Follow the light. Follow the fireflies.
母さん。その方向は出口なのか。
The subtitles are
No.
delayed. Oh,
元
there
気
we
で
go.
成長して末日のサバイバーとしてあなたが思うように生きてほしい。
Subtitles were a bit delayed.
レイチェル隊長。
どんな未来を望んでいても私を守れない。
これが私たちが長年望んできた結果なのだとしたら、あんまりにもひどい。
That's Nino. No, get up, no one.
死は生きた証であり、腐敗は私たちは偽りではないと証明してくれるから、新たな生き物は雑草から生まれる。私にとってこれが腐ってホタルになるのは、見て。
大丈夫、生存者はまだいるからね。
シュレック、さようなら。元気でね、さようなら。ノアン、さようなら。絶対生き抜けよ。それじゃあな、ノアン。さようなら。さようなら、ノアン。さようなら。
さよなら。さよなら。
Yeah. Goodbye. This time, goodbye isn't just a farewell. It is proof that all of you were once by my side. Even now, I cannot let go of my past regrets and make peace with my powerlessness. I'm no saint after all. I can't just let it all go and move on. These scars are part of me, aren't they? I'll carry them with me on the journey ahead. Even though there are still many things I can't change. New regrets that make me struggle, cry, and even hate myself. I know that I feel hurt because I still care. So I suppose I don't have to let everything go, do I? His firefly flies around him, responding with its flickering light. You. Goodbye. No. You never left. All his memories are fireflies, their light guiding his way through the dark. He hums the song from his childhood, waving goodbye to the lights and turning to face the real world, a world of both grief and joy. He can hear the sound of the ocean breeze from the lighthouse at the end of the light. Real freedom is right before his eyes. Oh, so good. Might be a few more nodes here. Cinder burns. Oh, this might be the last one then. Yep, that was the last one. This is the last one. 15 minutes later. It takes Noan all his strength to move his heavily wounded body and grabs onto the fence of the dock. When he woke up in the darkness, he found himself surrounded by corrupted. Without a way out, he resorted to jumping off the top of the lighthouse into the sea. This would have been the third time I fell and almost died if I hadn't become a construct. He sits on the road and catches his breath for a few seconds before standing up with his two swords and shaking off the water in his hair. No, can't rest yet. Even though the infection and his injuries have pushed his frame to its limit, Noan still forces himself to shake it off and starts running. House is still out there. He's going to hurt more people. Meanwhile, Paper Crane transforms back into Lithos' chair. Around him are dozens of constructs, all immobilized. You're the only one left, Grey Raven, Commandant. The truth is, I don't want to kill you. You're different from Ravage. You're not repulsive. I'm happy to bring you back if you want, and turn you into a construct as well. I can try to make you one of us, a companion. Sounds good. Nah, I'll pass. Why? Lithos slowly approaches you, while paying attention to his surroundings. He does not seem hurried to take down his last target. My actual companions need to connect to my mind beacon. My actual companions. Can't I be one? I'm happy to consider it, if you're willing to give up your villainous ways. I've tried that already. I also want to find a way to coexist with humans. I've failed to achieve anything except hurting more people. You want to coexist with humans? I do. It must be hard for you to believe, but this is the one thing you can count on. I love this world, and I love most people in it. I desperately want them to outlive this apocalypse, even if it means they have to live on in a different, slightly less intact form. This does make me kind of an outlier among the Ascendants, you know? You try to look for an exit again while he speaks. Unfortunately, you are in an open field right now. Without any cover, there is no way you can outrun a construct, not to mention one with a strange mechanical chair. It is not wise to confront an Ascendant alone. The best thing you can do right now is not to act rashly. Discreetly send another signal to Lucia. Does Paper Crane bother you? Noticing your gaze, Lithos grins. This is the torture chair I use to torment or kill the people who sit on it. Well-behaved children should stay away from her. She was a mechanical wheelchair used to assist people with disability, but she has since transformed into this after my father's remade her. Your father's? The people who raised me when I was young. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? That's okay. Simply put, she's just an infected mechanoid now. You don't have to understand her, and you don't have to know what happened between us. Just consider her as a corrupted. After all, it doesn't matter what I say. You humans will always treat it as a weapon of an Ascendant. Do you regret coming here to investigate the deserters? These people wouldn't have been hurt if it weren't for you. The captain of the Purifying Force. Bianca, isn't it? Mister must have killed her by now. I believe in her. Believe? Are you going to keep resisting just because you believe things can change? Of course. You're all the same, with so much confidence in your abilities. Can't you see how many of you are dying because of the punishing virus? You might think the filtering is cruel, but if you keep fighting like this, what's the difference between the filtering and a victory that no one survives? Ascendants are trying to save those with our gifts. Without us, even they are going to perish. Without you, humanity would have won a long time ago. We would have saved more people as well. You can't save anybody. You can't control the punishing virus. Even the air is toxic to you now. The only way to survive this world is to pass the filtering. The punishing virus around Lithos slowly forms into spikes that point at you. Humanity's courage and hope are nothing but illusions. It's the flame that kills the moth. Before I crush that hope, Grey Raven Commandant, allow me to keep you with me. I will make sure to weave you a beautiful dream, even if you end up as fragments inside the red tide. He raises his hand, and the spikes around him shoot toward you like a rainstorm. Right as you are about to meet your end, thunder crackles and lightning strikes from the sky. A heavily damaged frame stands between you and the barrage of attacks, forming an unbreakable shield. This illustration goes hard. You're wrong, Lithos. Hope is not an illusion. It's what came out of our countless of sacrifices and sufferings. Is this your choice and your answer? Yes. It doesn't matter how many times you ask. I'll never agree with you and the filtering. I don't want to stay in a chasm of exiles and cages. I don't want to see their joyless smiles. I don't want to pity your crocodile tears. I will not give up on my dream. You can't save anyone without the power of an ascendant. They will all die, just like your old comrades and companions did. I know. There are things I can do even as an ordinary person. Babylonia won't accept someone who has a connection with the Ascendants. They won't stop seeing you as a threat. I know. Better be treated as a threat than keep making the same mistake. That's not the Eden you're looking for. They will exploit you in your desire to be a hero before discarding you, or even accusing you of worse crimes you haven't committed. I know. Been there, done that. I don't regret my choices. Bella worriedly asked him 3 questions a few days before the battle on the train back then. Confused and stressed, all no one could answer was, no idea. And now, he knows he is not turning back, even if the path ahead is a grave laden with thorns. My dream, that future we wanted, is right there beyond the seemingly infinite darkness. Hope will triumph and fulfill its dream. No one leaps into the air with his blades, striking at the frail-looking body without hesitation. The metal arms clash with the dual blades, sending sparks everywhere, flying everywhere, even igniting the grass and leaves around them. Flipping backward using the force from Lithos' counterattack, Nolan strikes, aiming for his neck. Lithos has no intention to dodge, only catching Nolan's hand. Nolan's sword with his bare hands. The sharpened edge pierces Lithos' palms, and red vital fluid gushes out. You have made yourself clear. If you want to go, then go. I still think you will return one day. You will find me, and ask for the power and freedom to trek through this apocalypse. Holding Nolan's sword in his hand, Lithos points it at his heart. You can kill me. That's okay. I'll die soon, even if you don't do anything. So, don't forget to introduce yourself again the next time you see me. I'm afraid I won't remember you. Lithos lets go, and the blade goes through him. Tear me apart if you want. I might still feel pain. But there's no reason to cherish a life that keeps getting reborn, is there? Lithos! Bring him back, Paper Crane. I hear a man's voice coming from the dark. Paper Crane immediately spreads his mechanical limbs and envelops Lithos before retreating. Who's that? No one dashes toward Paper Crane, but an invisible force field hits him squarely in the face. Ouch! Are you right? Yeah, just had an old wound reopened on my head. brave Raven Commodore. I'm glad to see you here alive and well. I'm afraid those who split up with you did not fare as well. Don't forget, I haven't completely destroyed the seeds with potential. Now you sound like Camellia. Our experiment and game have come to an end. I'll see you next time. Except, it might be sooner than you expected. Right as they disappear behind the dark forest, you hear footsteps approaching hurriedly from behind. You turn to find Lucy arriving with reinforcements. Commandant, sorry I didn't make it in time. You're right on time. That agent would have left otherwise. But most of the people who follow me were heavily injured. I can't believe that agent was here. And with us. What's the situation on your side? The injured members of the Purifying Force are back on Babylonia with our help. A silver lining, I suppose. Our transport crafts are arriving soon. Let's head back. Alright. Remove those unconscious to the boarding area first. I'm sorry. I don't think I can help. Are you okay? Damages and infections are both on my threshold, so... He's still trembling, even when he uses his swords to support himself. Didn't realize it until the adrenaline passed, but I'm feeling a little... He smiles apologetically before he collapses to the ground. Hey! You work together to bring the wounded into the quarantine chamber before setting off on your journey back to Babylonia on the transport craft. Our mission regarding the deserters isn't complete, Commandant. Sitting by the cabin window, Lucia reviews the mission data solemnly. We caught a lot of them, but we failed to progress on the Ascendant front. Some Purifying Force members believed that the rescue request from Medical Center 9 was a diversion from the deserters and Ascendants. They wanted to separate us from the Purifying Force. Most people would have died if we didn't rescue them. There are people we can't save wherever we go. What we did saved the most people we could. You're right, Commandant. Looking at the young man inside the quarantine chamber, Lucia turns and looks at you pensively. Is he one of the constructs we saved this time? He looks familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen him. I think so too. But I don't think he's who we think he is. That person. Yeah, that person sacrificed himself. How's Bianca? She's in critical condition. She took a big hit trying to protect the others. Lucia frowns. That agent has yet to reveal his true strength. He just prefers to be defensive. I know. You two remain silent for a while, with the familiar sound of the engine as your backdrop. Soon, you hear a quiet moan from the quarantine chamber. He's awake, Commandant. How are you feeling? I'm alright. Your infection rate is very high right now. I know. He sounds exhausted. Sleeping in this state might cause your mind to deviate. Try to stay awake. Alright. Have your memories returned? Yeah. I think I remember everything. Can you tell me your name then? You ask him the same question you asked when you first encountered him. My name. No one has been calling himself Shrek ever since he was thrown off Aslan, concealing his real name. He did that to avoid the unresolved conflicts from finding him and to stay away from the rumors and accusations that would not leave him alone. There were times when he wanted to use his real name, but people already knew him as Shrek by then. There was no reason to correct them. What's wrong? You still can't remember? I can. I remember. Unlike the dream and the mask Shrek represents, no one comes with scars of the past and the memories of losing his loved ones. It is a name of pain and trouble. It still draws ire in some places, the name of a traitor and a sinner. Which is why it is a name that can remind him not to stray from the path his soul has chosen. He is heading to the future now, he will face many forking paths and choices. If he has to choose a name now to symbolize his determination, then his name must be
诺安，我叫诺安，请多指教，指挥官。
All of a sudden, it's Chinese. Nice to meet you. "12:21 a.m. Science Council. A few days after no one arrived at Babylonia. There are indeed some anomalies in his frame, but he wasn't controlling them, nor was he losing control. The Ascendant established a unique connection with them using the punishing virus. I believe the Ascendant left behind some special connection technology in his frame, or his mind, when the Ascendant turned him into a construct. It's a fascinating design. It will certainly expand the possibilities for future construct development." So you're saying that he is an Ascendant or Transcendent? That's right. If I have to guess, the anomalies in his power only appeared because he was connected to and controlled by the Ascendant. He's just a normal construct if he stays away from them. Quite fitting for the Ascendant they called Swindler back in the day. He was lying when he said the kid would lose control if he leaves the Ascendants. I can't be sure if his frame or his mind have been affected by other factors because of that. Right now, I can't guarantee that he won't lose control again. It's probably safer to keep him in the lab for now. I don't recommend it. He has been nothing but corroborative. Locking him up any longer seems unnecessarily inhumane. Are you sure? He hasn't asked to change his frame, and every test and inspection was conducted as is. High-pressure tests often damage his parts, and the inspections require removing some components. Those aren't a walk in the park. He hasn't complained about anything. He would have shown it by now if he was incompliant. Do you have a way to prevent him from losing control? I do. I've left some insurance policies inside him after getting his permission. When can we be sure that the threat is completely gone? I'll need some time. The Ascendants are staying away from him currently. It will take longer to unravel its intricacies without a way to observe and collect samples. We'll get a sample if he comes into contact with the Ascendant again, won't we? That sounds like something Corona and our researchers would do. They won't let this go if they find out about him. He'll most likely die of defect if we do that. Before we solve this issue and replace his frame, I suggest we keep keeping him away from missions that might involve the Ascendants. I guess I made the right choice assigning him to Dark Ares. Dark Ares has been reinstated. Yes, everyone on that team has had some issues, so it was time to change things up. Who's the captain? Palma. Why her? She's the only one left. No one is more than qualified, but he can't be trusted yet. We couldn't assign him that role. Lillian is a little timid. She's no leader, and her records aren't exactly spotless. We questioned her, and although she says she wasn't aware when she brought Ono into Medical Center 9, we can't be completely sure she isn't responsible. But we are short-handed right now, and we can't afford a heavy penalty. We'll let her get used to the new squad first. All that was left then was Palma, the butcher. Who is you? She looks cool. First time ever seeing her. All three of them have something to do with Corona, especially Lillian and Palma. No one just got here, but Corona won't give up on the secrets in his frame that easily. It'll be challenging for Simon to lead a problem squad like this. He's unfit to participate in missions on the surface physically, to begin with. I'm giving him time to rest and let him and his team learn more about each other. This is already the third iteration of Dark Ares. We shouldn't overburden Simon. It was his request. He said he would no longer watch on as his teammate defected the way he did. So, he accepted the surveillance mission on no one? Not just no one. The other two are also potential risks. Given how the fight on the surface is escalating, there is no one else more suited for this job. Don't we have enough people watching him already? We shouldn't relax as long as we can't stop people from deserting. No one is just one of the surveillance targets. Speaking of which, no one mentioned the deserters during an inspection. I don't think the true purpose of that agent is tempting our people to defect. I briefly heard him mentioning that it could be a diversion. Given that Lithos was the only person responsible for this incident, I felt like the agent had a different agenda. I guess we need to send more people to the surface to investigate. Did he say anything new about that ascendant Lithos? The same thing he said when we questioned him. But Asimov remembers the first day no one arrived at the Science Council for the inspection. Lithos? Arg, Rosa. What's wrong? I don't know. He suddenly appeared behind me. Did I do something wrong? Pause. No one pauses for 2 seconds, staring at the girl's purple hair and her eyes before coming to his senses. Jeez. My apologies. I confused you with someone else. You are... I'm Rosa. I'm Mr. Asimov's assistant. I'm sorry, Rosa. That's okay. It's okay. He falls silent again, staring at her. How come? What is it? Nothing. It was a baseless misunderstanding. Rosa has enough problems as it is. Asimov decides not to mention something this trivial. Trivial? How is Lee's specialized frame? We can complete the adaptation and the construction at any time, but it will just be another Imperia in its current state. We still haven't made any significant improvements. Hyperreal. We're investigating the unique connection technology unknown. Hopefully, it will bring some new ideas to the development of the specialized Omega frame. Extend our order from a few days ago and keep Lee in Babylonia. He's one of our few remaining hopes. We can't let anything happen to him. No one broke free from an ascendance controlled by himself, which means he is also capable of adapting to a specialized frame. His connection to the ascendants means there are still many uncertainties about him. It's safer to place our bets on Lee before we are sure where no one stands. It seems that Grey Raven will only consist of Lucia and the Commandant for the time being. Although Liv has woken up. Alright, that's it for today's treatment. Thank you, Professor. You too, Commandant. Thank you for coming back to Babylonia so frequently to assist with the process. As long as I can help. You never stop helping, Commandant. How have you been? Any issues during battles? I'm alright. It's a medical miracle that you woke up. Or so I thought. I only recently discovered that the monitoring and medical devices in your room were modified before reverting to their original state. The timing matches the time you awoke. I don't know who did it, and I don't know how it was done. All records at that time have been overwritten. Interesting. Anyway, I'm going to look into it. I won't let some kind stranger remain anonymous. And I'm going to drag whoever that is to the hospital to help. The professor laughs as she waves, turning away and leaving. How are you doing, Liv? The migraines have gotten much better with the professor and your help. That's good. Lucia told me that you saved a person while you were on the surface, and he's serving in Dark Ares now? His name is No One. It's great to have a new person with us. You too, Commandant. You should rely more on others instead of carrying everything on your shoulders. Same goes for you. I'm already relying on you, Commandant, and so many others. And I will keep doing so. My pleasure. You see a familiar figure wandering outside the WGAA after you leave the Star of Life. No one? Good afternoon, Commandant. What are you doing here by yourself? Commandant Simon asked me to requisition some supplies, and I am still learning my way around here. What about you? Why are you here alone? I'm heading back to the Grey Raven Lounge. What are you requisitioning? Some spare weapons and a coating. Captain Palma said I looked like I was, and I quote, fished out from a pile of corrupted. So she told me to apply for a fresh coating from the WGAA. Well, get something you like. I haven't seen how they swap a coating, so I would love the chance to experience it myself. But I haven't found out where the requisitioning office is. I'll take you there. Is that okay? Of course. Thank you then. He walks towards you with a smile. How are you, by the way? Good. Commandant Simon is a very gentle person. Everyone else is polite. Looking at the intricate architecture of Babylonia, he reveals a hint of confusion in his eyes. Lee happens to be walking past as he returns from maintenance, and he sees a familiar figure heading further inside the WGAA. How is the Commandant free to hang around this place? Confused, Lee takes another look, and he sees the other familiar figure. He immediately dismisses the thought. What was I thinking? There's no way he could survive. There must be another construct who happens to look similar. Then, that young construct has chosen a new coating. I saw the rainbow But that's just the preview for the dye effect. Yeah, are you sure about that? What's wrong with it? It's so shiny. It's so colorful. It's ugly. I think it looks fine. You too? Is that what a chief prefers? I prefer whatever makes you happy. Ugh, you. The WGAA staff member covers his eyes in anguish. There it is, the rainbow hair. Just like what he mentioned to Lee. Just like what Rachel said about becoming a construct. Oh, I'm just curious how it looks in rainbow colors. Relax, I won't wear it outside. Seriously? I'll take it off, regretful as it may be. Hey. Lee, why are you here? Lee, you're still alive? I am. It's been a while. Do you know each other? Don't you recognize him? He's Shrek. Wait a minute. I might have forgotten to mention that. Take off that disco ball in your hand and put on your test coating before you catch up. Jeez, that looks so slick on him. Anyway, that was what happened. I knew I recognized you. You even picked up that book. Wait, am I right? And the Ascendants made you a construct. Your luck. That's not fair. If you hadn't jumped off with a mega weapon, you would have just died from your wounds inside the train. Don't even mention how you got away from the Ascendants. Is that a compliment? You can think what you want. I'm glad you survived. By the way, why are you here, Lee? I saw you guys hanging around outside. I was showing the newbie around. He has his own commandant, doesn't he? Simon's been busy. And what about the others? No one smiles resignedly, swallowing the rest of his words. Because of your connection with the Ascendants? Has everyone heard about it already? There have been a lot of new faces from the surface lately. Managing and distributing information has been a mess. I see. The more anxious people are, the more they want to stay informed, even if what they hear are plain lies. And that's alright. I have plenty of experience with something like that. Don't worry about me. I still have to go see Asimov. You guys go ahead. Don't you have something else to say? Why aren't you working? Why aren't you working if you have so much free time? He walks away. I kind of feel like Lee was hoping you'd get to rest. You go to rest. I noticed. Of course you did. You're chief. Did Simon teach you that? Teach you to say that? Yeah. He always mentioned you or asked me how you did on the surface when we chatted. He might not say it out loud. I suppose that's how he showed he cared. No one smiles as he takes off the test coating on him. I'll take this one. Do you have no other requirements? Members from pending elite squads are allowed to request customizations on their coatings. This is good. I'll take the one everyone uses. Okay. Okay, Squiggly. He's just jealous. He's mad. He doesn't want to show it. He's the male Cinder. Thanks. Let's go, Commandant. You really should rest now. Commandant Simon said you just returned from a mission, and you're already preparing for your next. Let me walk you back to the Grey Raven Lounge. I have to go back to Dark Ares Lounge as well. Alright, let's go. No one. What is it? Do you regret it? Do I regret coming to Babylonia? Yeah. I don't. But since you've been here, I've been interrogated, monitored, alienated, and asked to join those experiments. Did you think this would happen when you asked me to come to Babylonia with you? I did. And I thought about this too when I agreed to come. Lithos warned me too. You heard that. I'm sorry. I thought it through before I made the decision. This is going to be hard. Is anything easy? People went through hardships even back in the peaceful days. And you, hero? Has your journey been easy? Of course not. Do you regret taking on this hardship then? My only regret is that I couldn't save more people. Have you thought about running away and giving up because you couldn't stand the pain? No. Me neither. But not giving up doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. I might be a construct, but I'm still human inside. I know I feel pain because there are still people and things I care about and a future I want to see. So, our answers are the same. No matter how painful and difficult it gets, I won't regret it. It's proof that I still care. I'd rather live on with this regret and pain than give up my dream for an easier path. I see. By the way, there's something I never had the chance to tell you. Thank you for pulling me up at the last moment. I just did what I should do. And thank you for accepting my invitation. He smiles, stopping before a forking road. That is the way to Dark Ares Lounge. I should head back as well. See you around, Commandant. See you around. The two of you wave goodbye before heading your separate ways. Despite realizing how ordinary he is, and knowing how he will face many challenges with this ordinary body, his footsteps feel determined without a hint of doubt. An ordinary life is like wild grass. Wild grass strikes no deep roots, has no beautiful flowers or leaves, yet it imbibes dew, water, and the blood and flesh of the dead, all trying to rob it of life. As long as it lives, it is trampled upon and mown down until it dies and decays. But please do not loathe how ordinary it is or how it decays. It is the price for a soul to burn. Rejoice for their uncompromising souls. Laugh and sing for the snow they melt with their flame. They would rather greet death than obey and perish in silence. He, the survivor, is walking on a path paved with deaths and firefly. One day he, survivor, will also face his death, guided by the fireflies, their love. This is the choice the wild grass made. He will still see him smiling when it is his time to go. Cinder burns. The end? Question mark? The end? Oh, that was so good. Holy hell. Long story. Long ass character interlude. But it was super good. I loved it, man. That was so good. Holy hell. It's definitely up there alongside like Kowloon Metropolis, Fake Ascension, Surviving Lusum. It's really up there. Man. That was super good. He went through a lot. He went through a lot when he was younger. Like him and Selena are like should just be best friends, honestly. Oh man. Great story. That's well worth the like 10 hours, honestly. That was well worth it. Oh yeah. What a good chapter. Living on with your regrets. Moving forward with them, that's good. That's growth, that's maturity. That's acceptance. I respect it. What a good chapter, holy shit. Now, I know that arcade anime exists. I know this. But the interesting, I think these activities, like at least for these combat challenges or whatever, these trials, you need to actually have the character. So I did go through the story before, but oh yeah, this was for Cradle Parade. I remember doing this during Cradle Parade. So this is something I should wait until Cradle Parade, because it does mention the no one replicas. And it was only during Cradle Parade that we see the replica of no one, so that's interesting. Well, that was good though. That was good. Crazy chapter. So then, the next patch would be the Bianca Stigmatic one. So chapter chapter 20. Which I don't mind going through again. As I said before, I don't remember like tiny bits and pieces from here and there. I definitely remember these two boss fights, that's for sure. The story, not so much. Man, doing all that reading. Oh, my voice. It's sounding a lot more scratchy now. But yeah, again, great freaking chapter. Holy shit. I'll be reading through chapter 20, Across the Rune Sea, next week. Because this week, tomorrow, I'm going to be playing... Sleep if you're tired. Thanks, Alpha. Tomorrow I'll be playing the newest patch for Final Fantasy XIV. Be going through the story for that one. And then Thursday is break. And then Friday and Saturday will both be Wuwa, Wuthering Waves. Because Wuthering Waves' newest patch is coming out on Thursday, actually. So I'm excited to play it. For this, well, I don't know about Saturday. If I get through all the story-related content on, like, Friday, which probably won't happen, and then Saturday can be something else. But most likely it's going to be back-to-back Wuwa for the weekend. Alrighty. So, with that being said, that will be it for me for tonight. Thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest of your day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. Great chapter. Holy shit. That's what character interludes would be if they were super, like, fleshed out and expanded. You know? Thanks, nice stream. Thank you for coming by, Aziz. Thank you for coming by. And thank you to Carefree Da as well for coming by and listening. Man, good stuff. I hope you guys were entertained by my, like, very, very terrible voice acting for the different characters. I gotta make it entertaining somehow, right? When I do these readings. So I hope you enjoyed it regardless. So again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll see you tomorrow for some Final Fantasy XIV. It's been a while since I played that. Thank you, bye-bye.